Hello. You can't hear me again. How's that a thing? How is that a thing? Oh, there we go. Suddenly it's decided to work. It was not for a bit. There we go. So, good evening and welcome to... Apparently it's Thursday. Let me just do my pin message. Do that. Right, there we go. That's all sorted. So, best get on with it, I suppose. The other day, I mentioned my dogs being a little chaotic, and they'd run upstairs, and it sounded like, the fence had fallen over. And, well, I was right. It wasn't the fence, but I did guess that it was not likely to be the fence, that it was more likely it was my bedside table, which it was. And when I say destroyed, I mean actual death and destruction. The table was at a 45-degree angle. All of the contents of and in it were liberally spewed around the room. One of the items... Now, obviously, all the items that had been on top of the table had travelled the furthest. They had been launched well into orbit. One of which was my Kindle. Now, I kind of want a Kindle colour. I really do. But at the same time, I don't need one. And I haven't charged my Kindle for a while, but I did charge my Kindle because, it's about time I charged my Kindle. And so I fired it up because the power cable that was charging it had been ripped clean out of it. The end of the cable was still in the unit, and the cable itself, all the bare wires were liberally kind of floating around. So the cable bit the dust, and that reminds me, that was supposed to arrive today. I thought I was supposed to get a cable today. Let me check what happened to Mr. Amazon. I really expected that. Don't tell me. Oh no, apparently it's coming tomorrow. Fair enough. So I fired up my Kindle to check it still worked. There was an error loading this application. I'm sorry. It's a Kindle. It's not like it's a Fire or, an iPad or something where you could have loaded a crappy app. No. This is a Kindle. There is no application from a user perspective. There is only Kindle. So I rebooted it. Well, initially it said you need to register your Kindle. It was. So I clicked register and it kind of went, "Are you Liz?" "Yes, I'm Liz." "Okay." It went think, and then it went back to the home screen saying you need to register your Kindle. Clearly it was slightly pissed. So I rebooted it on the off chance that maybe, now it had been registered and it, could go and connect to all the things that it wanted. That might cheer it up. There was an error loading this application. And more to the point this time, blank screen doing nothing, right? That's right, got a bit of a sore bit on my finger. And it was kind of like, are you broken? And it was kind of going, I think I might. So, I was contemplating the, do I buy a new Kindle scenario? And I rebooted it yet again. Because, third time's the charm and all that, because bear in mind it was switched off originally, so, third boot's the charm. Well, it is working now. But I've put the fear of God at me. Because obviously, I really thought they'd bust my rather expensive, because I've got a Kindle Oasis, so not the scribey one that was stupidly expensive and slightly pointless, but I did have the Oasis one. I do have the Oasis one, let's be a bit more accurate with that. I do have it, it's still here, But, obviously, it was not feeling at its happiest. And it just kind of really knocked me that... obviously it bounced off the wall, but it's in a cover, it's in a case to look after it. I'm not entirely evil. But, you know, okay, it hasn't been switched on in a while, but how dare it kind of claim that, you know, ask me to register it, go all the way through it, and then go, actually, I didn't do that. Didn't error. I didn't say it hadn't done it. It just didn't do that. And there is a bit of you kind of going, I'm sorry, but, you know, you were asked to do something, and you didn't. That's not very nice of you. You know, can we not? 1, 2, 3. That's good. That all adds up. That's fine. So, yes, my Kindle was feeling poorly for quite a bit, and then miraculously woke up like nothing had happened. I mean, it was kind of weird, because if I went to library, I could see my library, but the home screen said you need to register your Kindle, but knew I was Liz. It was very confusing. So I'm not convinced that it's not trying to die, that might still be, you know, a thing. But it is not dead yet, so we will not be buying a new Kindle, because there's nothing wrong with this one. Well, there might be, but it's not dead enough yet. So. And I don't think I would buy a colour one. I mean, much as I want a colour one, because, you know, how cool would that be? I don't need it to be colour. I mean, I have got crochet, knitting and lace making books on there that would benefit from an element of colour. But I'm not spending that just for that, you know? It's a lot of money for something that I can view using a PC or tablet using the online Kindle reader and then view it actually in colour. So, you know, that it can be worked around if I need to actually see something for the colours that it truly should be. So I am not going to sucker my way into that, much as I'd like to. I mean, if I won, like, the lottery or something, then yeah, fine. You know, if you've got a couple of million to spare, spending a couple of £100 on a Kindle, least of your worries, right? But, yeah, slightly unimpressed with my Kindle for that, because I've had a Kindle for years, quite a lot of years. But I am not the biggest Kindle reader. I don't run the battery down in a couple of weeks because I've been reading it a lot. What actually more happens is 9 times out of 10 it runs out of battery because it's on standby for too long. I have and do read books on it. But I much prefer audiobooks. I'm far more likely to throw on an audiobook than sit down with a book. Now, I know an awful lot of people don't view Kindles as books, bite me. I understand your thoughts, but when you're dyslexic and you see a word and you've got 0 clues what it means, don't think any of my mates would be too happy if I phone them up at 1 o'clock in the morning going, "Hey mate," "Yes, Liz," "Is there death?" No, what do the following letters mean?" Yeah, I can see my friends kind of chopping my friendship a little bit short for that. Whereas, of course, on a Kindle, you see magic letters of weirdness and you go, I'm sure that means something to somebody. And you hold your finger down on this and it goes, hey, this is how to pronounce this word and this is what it means. And you go, oh my God, that's how you spell it. And I've done that more than once. I always thought, for example, when you rebelled against your overlords, that a coup was spelled C-O-O, because, well, coup, right? No, it ain't. Well, was I supposed to know that? I mean, seriously, it doesn't even start with a K or a C. I mean, seriously. Well, I think it does start with a C, actually. Or does it start with a Q? I think it actually starts with a Q. And I'm sorry, but in the name of mercy, how was I supposed to work that out? So yeah, I've 1, 2, 3, 4. So yes, I've always had the I found the Kindle to be really good because it does promote self-learning. You can see a word and go, I do not recognise this word, especially for us dyslexics. I don't recognise this word. Or you can follow along with an audiobook, reading the book. But either way, you have access to a whole pile of information that, because my mother was the traditional, Mum, how do you spell facetious? Go look it up in a dictionary. Bitch, if I knew the first few letters, I probably wouldn't need the dictionary. And so I found it very difficult, and dictionaries have always been my problem because, well, if nothing else, you've got to know your alphabet, and sitting there counting them out on your fingers, and every time you want to find something in the alphabet, especially if it's in the latter half, sitting there reciting your alphabet like a 5-year-old, almost singing it along, it kind of makes you look a little bit daft. And so it is something that troubled me for quite a long time, but having a Kindle where the only person who knows I didn't know what that meant, or I didn't realise that was how you spelt that word, was me in the Kindle. And it doesn't matter whether I'm sitting, alone in a crowded room or otherwise, nobody knows. And because sometimes you see a word used in a slightly odd manner to which you're not accustomed, and we think, well, that's a bit weird. Well, of course, again, you hold your finger down on it and it pops up with the dictionary definition, and you see that one of the alternative meanings is, and you go, I didn't know that. So for years, the word slated, to me, was a derogatory term. It was a term that meant that it was terrible, it was slated, it was crap. Not, it is said to be. So it's slated to come out on the Thursday. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. Well, it does when you read all the choices. And so lots of that, having a dictionary as part of it is a really good thing. And I've watched, I've upgraded my Kindle a couple of times, and I gave some of my Kindles to some friends of mine who have children. And watching one of their children almost change overnight, because now they could read without bothering their parents. They had a wide selection of books that they were allowed to buy, that were free, that they could have, and that their parents had bought them. And they had the whole library in their hand, and they could sit there, and if they didn't know what the word meant, press. Oh, I realise you're on Zoom. Really go. But, press. Oh, that's what that means. And literally a week later, parents got called into school. What have you done to your son? And they were like, shit. Well, obviously got called in because of their son, and then they got there and they're like, shit. What's he done? What have you done to your son? What do you mean, what have we done to our son? Well, a week ago, he wasn't speaking, he was being disruptive in class, he was being, frankly, a little knob. Now he can read really well. What have you done? Oh, well, we gave him a Kindle. It was an early Christmas present, here's a Kindle, It revolutionised the kid. He's now at university doing a degree in engineering. Now, it's not that the kid was stupid, because he wasn't. But it was obviously the right time and the right tool for him. And I do think that if Kindles had been a thing more in my day, I probably would have read a lot more books. Because I was an only child and my parents kind of seemed to resent the fact that I exist, it would have helped me because, my mother going, look it up in the dictionary, and I can't remember how it's spelt between the book and the dictionary. I've already forgotten. And that's, of course, assuming I see it written down. And so, okay, yes, I can look that up in a dictionary. But I've then got to go and find the dictionary. I've got to, my parents will watch me open and go, what you doing? You can't do it quietly and privately. And so to have all of that in the power in your hand just seemed a really, good way. And I think for a lot of children who, like me, weren't stupid but were struggling, but maybe it's not fully recognised how much you are struggling because you are generally intelligent enough that they think you're just being lazy, because that was so much of a thing when I was a kid. Liz isn't trying hard enough. Liz actually is. Can you stop with the isn't? And we've discussed this on stream before, and there is nothing more demoralising as a child to being told you aren't trying when you are. You guarantee that kid never wants to try to do that again because they burnt all their effort in it. There was literal blood, sweat and tears, and you've told them they didn't try. Well, oh, shut up, dog. You know, from that point of view, as an adult, it's the equivalent of, well, fine, fuck you, then I ain't bothering. And, you know, if your kid had those words, that's exactly what they'd say. I tried, you've said I didn't, screw you, not going to bother, hate you, it's not worth the effort. And we all know that there are things that you learn at school that you never use again in life. So being belittled for struggling with something you may never need really does hurt. Oh look, ping. It is one of those things is that you do find yourself kind of going, can we not? Can we just not do that to kids? But also, for kids like me who struggled, there was a post on Threads. Teacher was belittling a child because she would go into the canteen with her friends at lunchtime. She would not eat, and then at the end of lunchtime, she would come back to the classroom and want to eat. And the, teacher rightly said, no eating in the classroom. And the kid and its mother were basically having a fit because how dare you tell my daughter she can't have food? You're starving my child. There were two things wrong with this. First of all, that the teacher was posting it anywhere on the internet. Because that is private between you and the child and the teacher. But my thought is, did you ask the child why? The child seemed to be of teenager-ish years. In that it wasn't like, a 7-year-old or whatever. It did seem to be an older child, was the inference from the post. It could be wrong, but everyone else seemed to think that it was a teenager-y type level child. Have you asked it? Most kids, even 7-year-olds, why aren't you eating with everybody else? Why don't you eat in the canteen? Why didn't you eat lunch when you had time for it? Most kids will, even if it is kind of a bullshit answer, give you an answer. And that gives you something to work from. But sitting there basically pitching a fit because, some child didn't eat its lunch and you shouldn't be expected to deal with it and all those kind of things. Well, you are a teacher. There are going to be things that you have to deal with that you shouldn't. I went bright green and projectile vomited everywhere at school. Don't think the teacher really wanted that either. I banged my head and bled everywhere. Pretty sure they didn't want to do that either. There are going to be things like that. Accidents happen, stuff happens, and it's not necessarily the child's fault. Now, if the child's kind of 18, then the child is basically an adult, then, that is a bit different. But you are talking a child. They're not allowed to do various things because they're not mature enough to make the decision. I remember I did teacher training as my work experience when I was at school. And Kid A ran into a classroom, whacked Kid B real freaking hard. Kid B screaming. Teacher's just kind of standing there, kind of mouth open like a goldfish. Now, bear in mind, of course, I'm a child. So I run after Kid A. Now, I'm a lot bigger than Kid A because I was probably 10 years older than it. Well, actually, it was probably 8, 9 years older than it. So quite a lot bit bigger, right? I caught Kid A, grabbed it by the wrist, stop, and he stopped. And I sat him down on the nearest chair. Why? Why did you do that? And he burst into tears because no one had ever asked why he was doing it. He was known to smack some buckets crap out of various children, but no one had ever asked him why. And he broke down and said it's because the only way people talk to me. So when I went back to teacher, oh, you couldn't possibly do that. And I went, no, but you want to know why he does it? And she looked at me and I went, I asked him. And she kind of went, oh my God. And I went, He's doing it because no one speaks to him. He wants attention. That's all it is. And the only attention he gets is when he smacks people. So that's how he gets attention. He has learned that that is the only way people pay him attention. So say hello to him more often. Treat him as a human being. Rather than the little shit who beats kids up. And that you don't really want in your class, because you don't. And that's fine. I can get that. There are people that, we've all worked at a company somewhere in your life where there's been someone there who it's almost like them or the job. You really can't stand them for whatever reason. And usually over your adult life you meet at least one. But you're still civil to them. Because it's maybe not actually their fault. Quite often it is, but even then, you're an adult, you do your best to try and pretend that you don't want, you don't picture this person burning alive on a spit or something, on a daily basis, and that you haven't got 5 voodoo dolls inflicting pain on them there and then, right? We all pretend that this isn't a thing. And, we may or may not have voodoo dolls, and we may or may not do, wish ill will on some of them. But the reality is when you talk to them at work, you want them to believe that this is not the case. Well, I'm not going to say you go and, you invite them out for tea and, with pizza and offer to braid their hair or something. But, you try and pretend to be civil, and you try and at least be professional about it. And to see this teacher not being professional about it, posting about this kid on the internet, it just seemed 20 levels of wrong. Because you need to talk with... Hello! Welcome to the channel. I'm just ranting because, well, it's one of those ranty days. There's often a bit of a rant in my stream, to be honest. And it's usually on a bit of a random subject, so... Hello, Trenchy. I foresee difficulty in communication there, Lobobo. Lobotobo or whatever. I'm not even going to try and pretend that I've got that right. Let me squint. I can't. Lobtobe. Lobotomy? No, that's got an M in it. Dyslexia sucks, by the way. Lobtobe. I'm going... So, yes. Welcome to the insanity. Anyway, everyone is welcome. Not quite sure what I'm expected to respond to this, but, hey, someone talking in my channel, that's always interesting. It sparks conversation. This is a good thing. I used to have strange conversations with my mother. My mother called everything a thing. And I, at one point, worked in the same company as my mother. And people would stop in the corridor and look strangely at the pair of us, because my mother would stop me and go, you know the thing? Yeah. Well, the other thing, right? And we'd have this kind of thing and right and yeah, and they'd look at us and it's kind of like, do you have a faintest clue what you're on about? And I'm like, yeah, actually I do. I know exactly what she means. And they'd be sitting there going, how? There was not one noun, verb, or otherwise. And it was like, it's like, she's my mother. I live with her. I know. Yeah, this is a little bit more random than those, because at least I knew what my mother meant. do with a little translation on that one, I think. I assume that a ding-dong is more of... Yes, I could. To be fair, they are kind of pretty good little... They're more of kind of teddy bear drumsticks. They're a bit fat for that, but they are kind of teddy bear drumsticks, I think. Well, yeah. I remember going to a music school. I used to teach at the music school, in fact. But I went to the music school, and while we were discussing some of the ins and outs of what we were going to do, one of the guys there was a professional drummer. He'd been in bands in the 60s or something, because this was a while ago and he was old. And he was explaining that you don't, when you use a drumstick, you don't use your wrist. And my brain was going, seems an awful lot of waste of energy. If you move the whole lower half of your arm rather than flick your wrists, surely that's really ineffective. And I mean, don't get me wrong, he was truly awesome at it. And I mean, I can kind of pat out different rhythms with my hand and stuff, and so technically with a stick, but not in the way he was trying to make us doing it. And I think my autistic brain cells melted a bit, because the moment he said you can't move your wrist, no, you don't. And for some reason, that doesn't make sense to me. And then my brain gets really caught up in the, but why not? And I then suffer, because my brain's kind of going, but I need to know why. It doesn't make sense. And yes, you may have uttered words. It just kind of, it's like everything. It's the child within, right? We all know that when you're a child, and the moment your parents said no, you go, why not? And my brain's very much the same. It doesn't mind that there is a not, but it wants to know, why not? And I've always equated my brain to like a big pile of computer programming. And that, you know, if you ever tell me off, what I tend to do, and it's a horrible reaction, is I explain to people why I did what I did. And they think I'm trying to make excuses. No, I'm telling you my programming. What I need you to do is tell me at what point my decision-making process went wrong, and therefore, you know, add an if statement, but not if this is true, do something else. And people often don't get that. People tend to kind of go, oh, you're just making excuses. No, I'm telling you what I did and why I did it, because previously, for the last Christ knows how many years of my life, this logic has, you know, sold me in down the right stream. So you're telling me this is wrong. I can accept that it's wrong, but what I need to know is, how was I to know that it was wrong? At what point was what was I supposed to be looking for? What conditions and things make that wrong, so that I can add them to the code? And next time when I come across a situation that is very similar, I can go, well, when this was true and that was true, I should not do this. Maybe I should not be doing this, and maybe ask. Or, because until now it's always been the right thing to do, so it was good. And people act a little funny when you try and explain that I literally almost see the world in lines of code. And they kind of don't get it, and it's like, but it's so true. And having other people around you that kind of get that is always a good thing. And I've got a really good co-worker who has I won't say she's challenged. He has a problematic daughter who is growing up in a world where she doesn't really fit, which people like me totally understand. Now, obviously, when I was a kid, it was suck it up and get used to it, act like everybody else, and pretend. These days, it's, oh, here's a label, and maybe you don't need to pretend. Which is also potentially a good thing, because why should we have to constantly pretend to be something we're not? So I'm not against it, but I'm not entirely for it either because again, I don't understand because I was not extended the same options. And, we were made to pretend to be normal so that no one else had to worry about it. And that's not necessarily right. And then when you do kind of, your program crashes and burns a little bit and they don't understand why, because until then you seem perfectly normal. Well, I'm not normal. I am slightly different. And now I've broken, and I can't really explain to you how I'm broken because I'm too broken to be explaining it right now because it's current and I struggle with explaining current issues. Once they become history, I can talk about anything that happened to me, no matter how deeply personal or private it may seem. So, ouch, ping. Actually, to be honest, if we bring you round, we do this and we come back this way. Make it a bit longer. Two of you that we need. Thing. You up there, right? And you can come over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll stick you for good measure as well. And then, oh, good for you. Some people do. So I do tend to kind of shut up a bit during ads so that people don't miss too much. But, it's all on YouTube later, so, you can always catch up with the bits you miss. But, it's... Twitch ads are a little bit odd because Twitch ads come to those who they have adverts for. And if you have not the... And that is one of it. The physical location that you are at can determine whether or not you get adverts or not. Some people don't get them because they paid for Turbo. Some people don't get them because there aren't any adverts that are targeting them in this category, so they can't show them any ads because there ain't none. It's kind of one of those, lots of things decide who gets what ads and how many, and sometimes they're completely off whack. Someone who could never join the British Navy got an ad for the Royal Navy. Yeah, it is. Turbo's actually quite good. If you watch a fair bit of Twitch, and you... Yeah, that's always the thing. Great, you've shown me an advert for I have no idea what, because I don't speak that. Nice. I'm British, and I keep getting things on Facebook for Milton Keynes. I'm about 90 minutes drive from Milton Keynes. It's kind of the other side of the country, and I'm kind of in the middle, so it's a bit towards the middle, I'm a bit towards the middle, but it's still a 90-minute odd drive, at least, to get to Milton Keynes. So I couldn't give a flying fig about Milton Keynes, and in fact it's a pretty dung-hole place, so to be honest, even if I was close, I still don't give a fig about Milton Keynes. I know what that means as well, yes. I will point out that my text-to-speech thing read that out really weird. It is. Well, yeah, but it also has meaning. And I know what it means. However, as I said, the text-to-speech thing read it out so freaking weird. I cannot explain to you how weird that was. But if I say avec moi ce soir, you'll get the kind of hint, right? It was a bit of it munged that pretty good. But, you know, as you say, there is an awful lot of these things where people are different and we need to embrace the differences of people. But at the same time, we can't use it always as an excuse for not trying. And I think that was one of the differences between the generation that I find myself in as part of, and this hasn't settled quite right. So let's pull this pin out, which of course I now can't see because it's a tiny, tiny pin. Yes. But you know, we need to not use things as excuses not to try, but at the same time, we don't need to be bullying people who can't. And why is this not sitting right? I have no idea. Let's undo the last bit and read. Well, it's one of the things we never really had too much of here in the UK. Well, in the UK, we didn't really ever have too much of the dial in and request stuff on the radio. You didn't, you know, you could dial it, you could phone in and like leave a message and say, hey, you know, can you get the DJ to play this? But at the same time, there was no guarantee that anything was going to come out of it. They didn't have a phone in and make your dreams happen kind of moment. It was very much the, you know, you could phone in at any time and leave a message, but whether it got played or not was a whole nother story, because for the most part here, it's kind of cheating, really. While we have lots of different radio stations and many of them are local, so, you know, if you're in Birmingham, there's BMRB, right? Birmingham Midlands Radio Broadcasting, whatever, right? But they'll be playing the exact same shit as the Cheltenham lot, the Bristol lot, the London lot, the Newcastle lot, because while they're all different presenters, it probably was, although not being in English, they might have got away with it. I know quite a few songs did get banned by the BBC, and they're really good at it. They're really good because, well, it implies these days there are like radio versions without the swearing, and then when you hear the original and you're kind of going, what did the radio do instead then? Because you can't just chop out a word. I remember the song, but I'm trying to remember much more than the chorus. I'll look it up later. Why not? People got away with quite a lot sometimes. Well, if you actually listen to a lot of the songs and pay careful attention and not just sing along because it sounds good, some of them really are a little bit borderline. Stop barking, dog. There's nothing to be barking at. There really isn't. is nothing to be barking at. No. Don't grumble, that's rude. Don't you sass me, young lady. No, and don't stand on my boobs either. How about I stood on bits of you that you felt rather particular about? Problem is if a dog's... You're welcome to have this one at the moment. She's not. She's just talking and grumping. Problem with dogs is that they enjoy playing chase, and if they start chasing you and you run, they see it as a game. And now they may want to eat you, they may not want to eat you. It's a little hard to tell. And so you have to be quite brave to stand there and let them run up at you and go, what? And they'll kind of look at you going, actually, I mean, Rory, that's your head, you fat oaf. Yeah, there are some bloody awful owners out there, and of course, mind you, it's the same with children, to be fair. The number of people... Jump, jump, jump. Oops. But it's... I've seen far too many dog owners. I had... Probably. I ran across a dog owner once who had a dog off the lead in a fairly confined area, in the sense of it was a bridle path. And this dog ran towards me and the two dogs that I was walking down this bridle path. Now mine were on a lead because, well, it's a bridle path. And because it's a bridle path, there may be horses on it, as it's round a race course. And so I had the dogs on a lead, and my friend had her dogs on a lead. And this dog ran up, bit my dog on the shoulder, and this lady kind of went, oh yeah, he does that. I'm sorry, what? Your dog bites other dogs, but you don't think to restrain it. How about I punch your face? Because clearly you've got no problem with violence. I mean, I didn't, but yeah. But it is the kind of thing is that if I walked up to, if I'd walked up to her and punched her in the face, no muzzles, and you do, there is this bit of you that kind of goes, I don't mind necessarily that the dog doesn't have a muzzle, but if your dog is capable of running up and biting mine because, well, it can, your dog either needs to be restrained or it needs a muzzle, or a bit of both, perhaps. And I ended up taking my dog to the vet because it was quite a deep shoulder puncture. Well, I've got a really loud voice, so, half of the... I can kind of... My voice will carry, like, a mile, so I can scream after you for a really long time so that the whole flipping world knows that you're a bit of an idiot and that, people should mind you. I can't run for my life. It's just not something I'm good at. But it is frustrating when you have, like... And that's the thing is, they don't... I mean, I had another dog. He got bit by an... there used to be a lady around here. She was an obnoxious cow anyway. But she had a load of beagles. And, she showed them at Crufts, darling. I don't care if you show them at Crufts or you found them behind a bin. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. And she was walking them around this open dog park. Bear in mind, if your dog's in season, you're not supposed to take it out in public. You're allowed to briefly walk it round the block, but you can't take it into public where there are other dogs. You have to be mindful, because it drives dogs crazy. And my little boy Charlie, who is the icon that I've got, he was a good boy, and we had him neutered fairly early, so he had, no idea what any of that was about. So he wasn't interested, but he loved people. And he wandered over to go and say hello to the owner, and it's kind of like, you're wasting your time on that one, Charlie, but okay, you can do that if you want. And this beagle, he was nowhere near it. He was literally, 40, 50 yards away. This beagle who had been walking with her, which was one of hers, she had about 12 of them with her. Worry, stop licking my arm. It's all wet now. Stop it. And this beagle ran across, bit Charlie on the ear, ripped his ear. It was bleeding everywhere. And I called Charlie over because there was literally blood everywhere. And she went, oh yes, so he's injured. Never mind. And her excuse for why her dog bit mine? Oh, well, one of mine's in season. You're not supposed to walk them in public, you stupid fat cow. Go home. Leave the... Yeah. And again, she wasn't like, oh, sorry, here's my number, let me know what happens and, if you want to make a claim or anything. No, she just kind of quickly disappeared and left me with a bleeding dog that I then had to get to the vet and be stitched up. It's just unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. And a friend of mine was walking with one of my dogs. Now, my dog was chasing the other dog, but they were playing, right? And her dog decided to do a tight turn round the poo bins, which are kind of square. And as it turns out, the bottom of the poo bin has got kind of a metal knobble on it that is not rounded, shall we call it. It is a little bit sharp. And what it meant was that because the dog tried to kind of throw a Yui by disappearing under the bin, it caught itself on it. My dog was nowhere near it, but it was chasing it, so, it was involved. And I'm not pretending my dog was a saint, because she wasn't. This particular dog was no saint. I'm not pretending that. But she was not violent. And, I realised something was wrong with this lady's dog, and I caught the dog, because she couldn't... hey, what's wrong with my foo-foo? No, it wasn't called foo-foo, but, it was all pathetic, and she stood there kind of, hey, I don't know what to do. Well, let's get your dog, let's see what's wrong with it, see, if it needs any treatment. And it literally it had given itself a really good bruise, don't get me wrong. It would have had a big bruise, and it had basically scraped the fur off the skin. It had kind of done the equivalent of a wax strip, but using the edge of this bin. It would have hurt, and the animal clearly was very unhappy about it. My dog had fled because it thought, oh my God, what's happened? I don't want any of that. And she was understanding and said, oh yes, it's not your fault. They were just playing. It's fine. My friend who was with me, was quiet throughout all of this. Next day, she was walking one of our dogs up the racecourse because it was somewhere that she liked to take her dogs a lot. Rory, get your face out. She came across the same woman. Well, she hadn't actually catched on it. There was no blood. 0 blood, right? This woman was telling everyone that my dog had attacked hers. No, actually your dog chased mine and mine was chasing it back. If you want to split hairs on this one, your dog started it. Yeah. And so my friend butted in with the, well, actually I was there and you're talking crap. You were given the opportunity to have her phone number. She was concerned. She checked your dog for you as you were incapable. And because, of course, she hadn't seen my friend walking behind her. And she was telling literally everyone that she could find this story. She was trying to badmouth. And it's kind of like, why? I mean, first of all, accidents happen. But I did all the responsible things. I checked the dog. I tried to give her my phone number. I did all of that in case, something happened afterwards. And, if she wanted to talk to me about it later or anything, she didn't want to take my phone number. So everything was now on her because I'd done everything I could. Other than kind of like write my phone number on a piece of paper and shove it in her mouth. What could I do, right? But she was telling everyone it was my fault. Now, one of my dogs here, Rory, has bitten other dog a couple of times. And she's bitten him back, don't get me wrong. And he has also inadvertently bitten me. He did not mean to. It was not a malicious thing. It was an accidental thing. I'm antisocial. That's why I have dogs and stay at home. Isn't it? It's why we don't do people. No, and this becomes the problem, is that it's the same with nearly any story. Someone once wisely pointed out that history is written by the victors. History is not written by the people who lost. So they can say, yes, there are personality disorders in that direction, but history is written by the victor. So the victor writes down, we were defending and bravely fighting, and it doesn't say, well, actually, we just got moody and went for a brawl. They're not going to write that. They're going to make out that the other side deserved it and they did all these brave things, and they probably didn't do none of it. It was kind of immortalised quite well in Blackadder, where... oh, shut up, Amy. What is wrong with the... Amy? Amy? What is wrong with you? What? She's a very vocal dog. And she's got a bit of an attitude problem. Yes, you do. Yes. We are a little bit too sassy this evening. Yes. Yes, you are. Rory's being a good boy, although he's being a bit silly. But you're being too sassy. You need to behave. But history being written by the victors, in Blackadder, in one of the episodes, it's one of the very early episodes in the first Blackadder, they go out on the battlefield and it's like, so who did you kill? And it's like, well, I killed Sir so-and-so. Interesting, I killed him earlier. Because, of course, well, unless someone's there to contradict it, how would they know? Because, of course, if you claim you killed King whatever, the Great or something, and nobody's around, everyone else maybe the guy who actually did it died, well, you can take credit, because, well, he's not exactly going to be around to argue the difference, is he? So history is definitely written by the victor, and the survivor, possibly more accurately. So, yeah. The problem is that it's hard to tell then what's truth, what isn't. And any story is always made up of that because, of course, they proved this with things like when events happen and someone says, what did you see? All the people report completely different things and usually entirely contradictory. But they're not lying. They're all convinced that that's what they saw. But they can't have done because, well, they can't have done. Because, I saw this girl and I saw a man and, well, you can't both be right. Unless it was a ladyboy, I suppose. But, you can't, half these things. Oh, I saw a... And I think that's a lot of it. In the heat of the moment, you see things, you see glimpses of things. You don't, it's almost like and I think that's almost how your brain works, is that it's almost like a flicker book where you see almost like flashing. Do you remember sort of like in the strobing light kind of videos where you see they strobe a light and well, and that's it. But in your mind, you almost see like the strobed picture captures. So you have, one frame out of every 20. And so you don't really have a full picture and your brain tries to fill it in. So you remember that maybe there was a vehicle, you remember that something hit you. You don't remember if it was a van or a car because you were too busy going ow and flying through the air. And, it's that kind of thing, is that you got hit, you can prove you got hit by something, you didn't make it up, but you maybe didn't really see it. And even though if you did see it, your brain had other things to be thinking about, such as how bad the landing was going to work out for you, that recording the infinite details, such as the car number plate, wasn't one of its first thoughts. And, I've had similar things. I remember I've only ever really lost my temper once. I've been really annoyed, but I've only ever really lost my temper once. And I remember distinctly the night, because I'd never been so mad, so I distinctly remember the night. But what I remember most is that while my temper was in full rage, I couldn't see anything. It was like I had my eyes shut. It shut off vision because it was too busy screaming blue murder at the idiot. And so as a result of that, I don't know what their reaction was, because I have no recollection. That entire bit of video never made it to my brain. And it's not that my eyes were closed, because they weren't, or I'd have fallen over, because I have atrocious sense of balance. So I know I didn't shut them. But I didn't record any of it because I was too busy ranting and raving like a lunatic. Which, and to be fair, he deserved it. He really did. He had been lying and bullshitting for months. Must have been 9 months of broken promises and lying, and I was doing karate, and well, no, distinctly, definitely not. But it was, hang on, no, it's all right. It just looks a little wonky. Why do you look wonky? I don't like it when you look wonky, because it makes me think I've done it wrong. Because you seem to be coming out down there. It's wrong, assholes. Fuck's sake, Kimber. I've gone wrong. I don't know how I went wrong, but I've gone wrong. Let's just move you round the corner. Undo you. We'll need you. I just made a stupid mistake, but the problem with this bloke was that he was a karate instructor. In fact, he ran our region, and what he did was very childish and very unnecessary. And I was invited to train to be an instructor, so I did. And I had to then attend the instructor classes. And he originally told me when I joined the class, and I was due for grading, but I didn't because I was now in the instructor classes. And he said that to get a grade as an instructor, you effectively have to be a grade higher than the student would have been to get that grade. Okay, so effectively it's going to take me twice as long to get my next belt. I can accept that. And bear in mind, you stood there wearing your belts. There was no illusion about what grade you currently were, because you're standing there with a coloured belt on. And he told me in kind of like March, June kind of time that it would be a while, because obviously I've got to get, kind of up to the belt above. Okay. Well, over the next months, what do I need to work on? Oh, I don't really know. This guy, as I say, he kind of lied repeatedly. And then, when asked what do I need to work on, he didn't have an answer. And that wasn't per se the issue, although highly frustrating, because you're not being graded, but you're not being told what you need to fix so that you can. And months went by, and the very last class of the year, which, mind you, I kind of went bright blue and smurfed out because I have asthma and I do that, and no one called an ambulance for that either, so I'm not surprised. But this guy, at the end of the year, bear in mind I'm standing there with an orange belt in front of him. Well, I'm standing there in an orange belt, and he goes, "I thought you were green. Are you fucking colourblind?" And he was expecting me to then get to a red belt standard before I could have my next belt. And it was kind of like, yeah, but my next belt's green, love, not blue. And so you're just being a knob. And he was just being a knob. And I asked one of the other people, was I being unfair? And they actually went, no. I felt the same, because they felt really sorry for me, because they were watching me train really hard, doing all the things that someone like 3 belts above me would be expected to do, and I still didn't have my belt. And every time that there was potential grading offer, because they never announced when they were doing grading in instructor classes, but you soon worked out when it was, because they generally, there were hints, there were signs, and you knew someone was potentially grading, but of course it could be anyone. And as I say, he was quite childish about it, and then, you know, in front of this friend of mine, turned around and said, well, I thought you were a green belt. And even my friend had that, you stupid face. No, because I don't go out and I don't do people. I use it on dogs. It's really good for blocking dogs playing, because I'm really good at defending my face. So I'm very good at using kind of blocks to defend the dog. But of course, it is more in jest than necessity, if you know what I mean. Running away is definitely the best answer. Not being in the fight in the first place is definitely the best way to be. And, you know, they always say that if you're going to be mugged, just give them it. Whatever it is, just give them it. Don't put up a fight. Don't try and be clever. And it is true. There is an awful lot. Well, and that's the thing. It's like everything. If you're going into a dodgier part of town, don't be dressed in the nines and expect, you know, and not expect for it to be at least a bit of a target on your back. It's, you know, I have a very controversial view over a couple of things, and we haven't got anywhere quite that bad around here, but I mean, for example, one of the things that I would say is that while no woman is ever asking to be abused, no woman is ever asking to be abused. On the flip side of that, if you're walking around in effectively a nipple tassels and a thong, and you are drunk as a skunk and you fall over face first in the drain with your butt in the air, is it too surprising that maybe occurrences are had? I'm not saying it's right, because it's not. But at the same time, if you are so drunk that you pass out with your butt in the air and with your head in the drain, puking your guts up, you weren't exactly trying very hard not to either, were you? So I find myself in an unpopular position on that one, in the grounds of you need to take a little responsibility for your own actions in these scenarios. You know, it's a bit like if you're drunk lying in the middle of the road and you're round a blind corner and someone drives into you, while they should be capable of stopping, you're also being an idiot. So you do have to take some responsibility for your actions. You can't just blame the world. We can't all go around doing really dumb things and not expect any consequences whatsoever. It's just not right, you know. And there does seem to be a bit of that. I mean, there's a meme thing that goes around on the internet of a girl who's on like Jerry Springer. It's not Jerry Springer, but it's a very similar thing. And she one of the first things she says is, "My mum has got to realise." Well, yeah. But she says to, "Hello, Octopo." Well, exactly. If you're passing out mid-road, you're kind of not being responsible. And so if something happens, you can't really put a surprise face on it for that. You know, I'm not saying you're asking for it, but you weren't exactly avoiding it either. And but this bloke, the Jerry Springer bloke, he is a talk show host, but I don't know what his name is. He had this girl, and she was kind of a late teenager, maybe early 20s at best, but I would argue late teenager. And one of the first things she says is, my mum can't just cut off my allowance. She's got to understand that I'm used to a certain lifestyle and that $1,000 a month is not enough for me to live on. Okay. And this bloke goes, well, maybe you should get a job. And she wails like a banshee because she might have to do something responsible. And it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of how it works. Most of us do not go to work because we love it. Most of us go because we want the money. It is a thing. And I mean, it's not that we hate it, but if we weren't paid, we would go and do something else. Very few of us would do the same job without payment, especially when there are bills to be had. Well, exactly. It's not that you can't get utterly wasted. The world doesn't mind that you get wasted, but don't hold the world responsible for when you are not capable of crossing the road without walking out in front of a truck. You can't blame the truck for that. If you walk out from behind a van in front of a truck because you're absolutely blotto, it's not really the truck's fault. But of course, the other side of that is the other half of the accident. So if you drink and drive and you have an accident, if you are, a friend of mine, a friend of my dad's to be more accurate, his wife was driving down our road, and kid leapt off the pavement on a push bike because he had earphones in. Well, headphones back then, but had earphones in, and basically went straight under a car, and she killed him. Drove straight over the top, and it haunted her for years, to the point she didn't drive for like 10 years afterwards, because she'd killed someone's child. But it wasn't her fault. The kid had literally leapt off the pavement from between parked cars straight under a car. Because he didn't look, didn't think, straight under the car. Now, that doesn't give the kid back to his parents. Well, and this is it. It's... The only person whose fault it truly was the one who died. But the ones left behind, the family, this guy's wife, she had to live with that for years, and it never left her. They don't, but at the same time, when I was a child, we all went to Tufty meetings, and Tufty meetings... Well, and that's part of my problem with a lot of these things, is that kids these days seem to... Well, the problem is there needs to be more responsibility in general. Because when I was a kid, we used to... And I mean really small kid. Well, she was on her own, so it wasn't that. But when I was little, and I mean like 5 or 6... we went to Tufty meetings, which were road safety meetings with Tufty the squirrel. Yeah. And your parents beat the living crap out of you and you learnt not to do it again. And my parents, I mean, even as a teenager, I was not permitted to go anywhere on my own unless it was a very specific designated journey, and that, I couldn't just go out. I didn't get to go out anyway. I had a very bizarre childhood, so... but I was allowed to go to the church on my own for bell ringing and for choir practice. But I was not allowed a Saturday job. I was not allowed to just walk down my friend's house. I was not allowed... My parents took me everywhere. And then, of course, beefed about how awkward it was, and so I basically wasn't allowed to go anywhere. But... I look at kids now. Now, when we first moved up here, so obviously this is 20 odd years ago, but when I first moved up here, one of the things that scared the crap out of me was there were some kids playing in the road. Now, I didn't really have a problem with the kids playing in the road. That wasn't the bit that scared the crap out of me. What scared the crap out of me was there was this like 7-8-year-old girl flashing her bits to the 7 or 8-year-old boys, and no parents were looking. Well, I didn't get to go anywhere on my own, so I didn't have to. But it was, yeah. I had the strangest upbringing. Victorian would be the best description. And that's the thing. The fact that I saw this girl aged whatever, yeah. Watching this child. What annoyed me about this was the children were playing in the road. Not one parent was keeping an eye on it. So they'd step out in front of your car. No one would tell them off. There was no parents around to say that's wrong or anything. And they were small children. Years later, they were older. They were still doing it. And they were still just as stupid. I clipped a girl. Now, I didn't hurt her, and I did check on her and all the rest of it. But she was walking. There's one of the roads, not the road I lived on, but the road before the one I lived on, so a slightly bigger road. Had pavement down one side and a bit of grass on the other. And there was no one on the pavement side. She was walking on the grass. I was driving down the road. We drive on the left. So she stepped out into the road right as I was driving, and I clipped her with my wing mirror. Now, I think I actually only hit her bag. But of course it scared the shit out of her because I'd hit her bag and her bag obviously moved and it made a noise. And it scared the shit out of me too. But she hadn't looked. She hadn't been car aware. I didn't, but maybe she did. But she was, oh my God, you nearly killed me. Well, actually, no, I'm driving on my road, which I'm entitled to do. And I wasn't actually... possible. But also, she was certainly old enough to know better. But, she could have been walking on the pavement, which is a, human designated area. But she was not. Now, I was actually slowing down to turn right. So I was more towards the middle of the road than the left-hand side of the road. So she stepped out quite a long way to get there. Now, I think she was trying to rush in front of her friends to tell them something. So I would like to believe it was not deliberate. But at the same time, her friends were, you nearly killed her, you're terrible. Well, actually, if you'd like to look at the dash cam I had, because I had an early dash cam at that point, I can pretty much prove to you, if you'd like, that I was minding my own. And that can happen as well. I've seen people do that. It's the people you see in... store car parks, and they bang into someone's parked car, lifting the thing off the ground and try and act like it never happened, and you're kind of going, love, there's no way you didn't feel that. Good for you. But cars are a dangerous thing. There's like a ton and a bit of metal, and you can't really hit something gently with a ton and a bit of metal. Well, and that's a lot of the thing is an awful lot of people, you should have been looking. So should you. And, this is what I mean by there needs to be a bit more responsibility around. Like, as Octopo said, right, is as a parent, you have a duty to keep an eye on your child. To an extent. If you overprotect them, they grow up to be useless. If you underprotect them, they either don't get to grow up, or they get to grow up and are not really complete and wholesome adults. Because, they didn't get the things they needed as a child, which was guidance and advice at the right points. Yeah. There are times you just can't excuse the actions of some people, and people suck. The truth of it is people properly suck. Do I need you or do I not need you? This is the question. human beings as a whole suck. And, you know, lots of people are really not suitable to be out on their own. And some of it is because they didn't have the parents who taught them to be decent human beings in the first place. So it's not always, it is. Well, you certainly would like to think you wouldn't anyway. I mean, why has this got a lump in it? This is being annoying. It could. We've all driven, especially in winter, with less than perfect visibility because we need to get where we're going, and spending 52 minutes waiting for the car to defrost is kind of not a good thing. As you say, it's funny how you learn sometimes. Okay, I know what's wrong with this. I need to undo that momentarily. Oh, Amy, be quiet for once, will you, darling? Yes, I am aware of your presence. Not following that one. Let me... Yeah, winter is bad because you can clean all your windows, and then the moment you set off, because you know on the inside... Amy, shut up! You're on the inside, you're generating heat, and you start fogging up your windows. And your car's not necessarily warm enough to keep it clear. So you are a bit of a danger, but at the same time, you can't sit around for, you know, an hour while your car warms up. Especially when you're only going to work and maybe it's a mile down the road. Well, and that's the problem. Cars are very good at that. That's right. I'm trying to work out what the fuck is going on here. Because those... Well, and this is the thing, isn't it? Is that we all have to take responsibility for our actions, and sometimes our actions are not ideal, and sometimes they seemed ideal at the time because we were not aware of all the risks that may or may not come about. And it's only once... Hang on. Eep. That's right, one of my friends has just announced he's going to be out of work in 4 weeks. Yeah, I don't have any films on my car, but I do have a dog in my face. Yes. You are being a madam. Yes, you are. What is wrong with you? I fed you. I swear I know I fed you at least twice today. But as you say, when you've got... in the winter, because, you know, it's cold out and you're warmer, and it is just conducive to poor visibility. And if you are damp because it's raining, which it does a lot of here in the UK, it is far too easy to be in your car wet, therefore steaming up the place as well as fogging the place. So by the time that you're not fogging the place, you're now steaming the place. Of course you can. That is why we're here, after all. I'm just trying to work out why everything there doesn't seem to add up. 1, 2, 4. So it adds up now. I obviously screwed up somewhere. Ask away, dear friend, ask away. Oh, that still feels wrong. I do use laceate. I have many problems with laceate in that it is not conforming to standard computer or UI practices, and the woman who runs it has I've tried to report bugs, and which are clearly very simple and blatant bugs, and she doesn't get it, and then she can't explain it to the person who does the actual coding, who isn't a lace maker. So between the pair of them, nothing's changed in, I don't know, it's got to be 10 years since I bought that. Because I bought some thinking I might do some lace making, and that I wanted to be able to design a few things. And I ran into so many problems with it, reported a load of bugs, and here we are. It's still not updated, so she never fixed any of it. But if you have questions, I can try and answer. Yeah, laceate. It looks ideal, but I hadn't really found any other software to actually use. So if you have a recommendation, I'm certainly interested, because obviously the version I've got hasn't been updated in 10 years, and so I'm not holding hopes out for more updates, to be honest. So if there is something else, then interested. I know from a weaving perspective, for example, there's a couple of well-known choices, but there's actually a product that's free and even better, but most people don't talk about it. I don't think you need a server. In fact, I'm pretty sure you don't need a server. I can find out and send you a message later. Hang on. Oh, okay. Hang on, I've got to explain something. Hang on. So, yeah. So yeah, laceate frustrates me a lot, and I take to software pretty quick, but laceate's got some really quirky, weirdy bits to it that just don't make logical sense. And as I say, there are quite countless bugs, and she's clearly not interested in fixing them. I mean, I'm pretty confident that this doesn't use a server. I don't think it dials in and checks your license code. I think it does when you install it and you type in your magic serial number. And one of the things I don't like about laceate is that it shows the serial number on the splash screen as it starts. So that obviously if I was to fire it up now and you saw the flash screen, you get to copy my serial number. Oh, that's kind of a bit dumb, isn't it? Isn't that 1980s shit we did there? It's kind of 1980s and it hasn't really grown up. But as I say, there's a lot of weird things. So we're all used to, like in an OK box, OK would be enter and escape would be cancel. No, they don't do that. The order of the buttons in the box is not chronological. So it can go here and leap there, and obviously that's the order they put the buttons on the screen. There are lots of things where I mean, if you select this and you try and do that with it, and then it'll eat some of it for no good reason other than it just ate that. And there's all sorts of bugs like that. And so for something that has not been updated, I must have reported 100 bugs for that. And admittedly, some of them probably again recently, so it'll be the same ones again because I probably run into them again. But it really detracts from using it. Now, I have a beefy machine. This thing is kind of top end. I mean, there are slightly better ones out there, but you've got to spend like car money to be buying them. I bought this machine earlier this year, and for those who are slightly interested, it's a 1490K Intel with a 4090 graphics card. It's got a 12 gig a second hard disk, and it's got 4 terabytes of that, and you know it's got I think 64 gig of memory, so it's pretty up there. And it doesn't always run very well. Yeah, I blew my bonus on it, okay? But you do sit there going, I'm sorry, but my machine is struggling to run. When I was doing the squares, so for example, you can buy extra motifs that are pre-put in. Amy, will you shut up? What is your problem? There is nothing there, there is nobody there, there is nothing to be whining about, your brother is not misbehaving, and the world is not trying to eat you. She is very vocal and she wants something, but she can't explain what she wants other than she wants. What is wrong with you? Lie down. But when you open like a file and it's got 12 motifs in it for you, and you can't just add them, by the way, you get a file with them in, and then you can copy and paste, well, you then right click and save them as motifs, and it kind of squirrels them in the darkest depths of your computer somewhere. When you open it and it's got like 12 motifs on it and your computer grinds to a halt, and you're kind of going, something wrong with your software there, love. Pretty much, right? It should not be struggling with like 20 little twiddly bits on a screen. Move, dog! As an example, hang on, let me fire it up and get the splash screen out the way. Hang on. So, there's lace 8, right? And if I open... where's my downloads file now? Downloads. So if I... Well, so I open this. Now, okay, there's a few squiggles on the screen, but it's not the most complicated thing in the world. And this is how you get the additional stitches, right? So you then have to go to here, and for each one of these, you need to right click on it and get the right menu when it's in the mood. It's not in the mood for some reason. Let's try a different one. It's being annoying. And look, I'm clicking on view and it takes that long for it to click around. It just, there you go. So you then hit save as motif, right? Then you have to wait for this to come up and you pick which thing it is. Now, most of these don't exist when you start, so you have to add one. Then you have to make a section name. Then you have to save the name of it. And if you start here, if you tab, you don't end up here. You're now on delete. You're now on the other delete. Then you go to edit here. Then it goes to edit there. Then it goes to save. Then it goes to cancel. Then it goes to name. Now it goes to add. This is not logical, dudes. This is not how UI works in the modern world. Can we not? And she's just not keen on fixing it. And, you know, if I go to move one of these, if I try and select this and move it, I'm dragging it and it's still thinking about it. There it goes. Look, look, look. Now it's moved it. With my computing power, love. Seriously, who wrote this crap? What did you write it in? Because this is not a thing. My machine should be eating this, and it's, I mean, for example, hang on, performance, let me do this while I'm doing it, hang on, no. Let me shrink that down slightly so that I can have both on my screen. Oh, there's a traditional thing for it to do. Right, so if I go to drag this, let's see. Nothing, so see, well, exactly, and it's got 18% CPU usage, 14% memory. The graphics card has only got 10%, so there's no excuse for it not doing more. It has to be shitty code. Yeah. Poop is the short answer to that. Utter poop. And as you say, for the money involved, it is not ideal. Good for you. Good. I like the fact that there's no ads. But it is that kind of thing, is that you find yourself sitting there going, I'm sorry, but I paid you good money for a product. You've not updated it in 10 years. It is good for designing, but you have to do it how it wants, when it's in the mood. You don't get, it doesn't work for you, you work for it, is the best description I can come up with. Now, we all know that there are lots of things that are a little bit quirky, but that is basically a bag of quirks. It is, I wouldn't recommend it to someone who's not computer friendly, and I certainly wouldn't recommend it to someone who is. It's that kind of, yeah. You do get used to it, but the fight is not always one you want to have. You know, if you just want to have a bit of a fiddle and maybe, you know, mock up a bookmark or something, do it on a piece of paper. It's a lot less hassle. Get a rubber, get a pencil, fill in some squares, just, you know, do it yourself, and yeah. It's... Well, one of the things that bear in mind, when I bought it, I had a PC that was 10 years old. It ran about the same. And so the fact that it doesn't run good on this makes me wonder if it never runs good on anything. I've still got my 10-year-old PC, by the way. But it is that kind of problem that you sit there going, but, you know, with a computer that's as meaty as this, I should not have a problem. And yet I do. And she's not interested. And that's kind of sad, really, because she's still taking people's money for it, but she's not updating it. When people are reporting bugs, she's almost, oh, well, never mind. Well, then drop right in it. Give it to someone who would. You know, most people are not pleased when you find problems, but, you know, because I have worked in IT a really long time, I'm very good at describing how to recreate the bug or send a video of it happening and, you know, all these kind of things. She's just not interested. And there is a bit of you going, well, I'll kind of wish your business good luck, I guess, because you're going to need it. Because there are lots of people who will not put up with that. The problem is I guess once you paid for it, because I don't think she's got a demo, or not a proper demo, so you can't really find out until it's too late. I'd have to check. I don't remember. But you certainly can't save anything, and that's quite common with demos. But of course, if you can't save anything, you have to make it and print it right there, right now. The one thing I do like about it is the fact that, well, actually, I kind of hate it at the same time. So let's say I want my 45-degree angles for torsion, and I want 2mm between each dot. Okay? But when I go to print it, that's not what it defaults to. Even though I spent ages, you know, telling it that's the size I want, and, you know, I've measured things out and, you know, spent hours on the design screen telling it. The moment you go to the print screen, there's no use edited settings or anything like that. You have to edit it all again. And there's a bit of you going... And she goes, oh, well, some of the people make it bigger. Isn't that what Zoom's for? Well, isn't that what Zoom's for? If you want to make it bigger, zoom it. I mean, surely that's the point. That you create the, because I can zoom in on it so that, you get like 4 stitches on the screen. So what's the problem with doing that? Why would you set a different, I mean, I can understand maybe having 2 different setups so that you've got one for, in your mind, so that you have, I don't know, one for this size thread and one for that size thread, right? But it doesn't do that, because when you pick the thread, it doesn't pick the size according to the thread. So whether you put, you're going to use like barge rope or something that kind of measures 6 inches in diameter, it will still say, oh, do you want 1.5mm gaps between the pins? And back then we didn't have the same forethought that we would have today, because we've all moved on. We've all had better ideas of what people would use and how to use it, and things look different now. But when you're talking about something that's being sold still today, that's still valid, that someone is making money from, and as far as I can tell, she's done absolutely nothing. Oh, and of course the other side, because obviously I'm getting the sense that you're okay with me dissing a bit on Lace 8. One of the things that I also found really frustrating was, when I said to her, it's really unintuitive, this goes against UI design, normally this would be this and this would be this. Oh, well, you should buy the £35 book on how to use it. I should not have to buy a £35 book on how to use a program. They're supposed to be intuitive. So basically, you want me to buy the £132 piece of software, and the £35 book because, well, you can be bothered to make a decent help file or make your program properly. How about no? So I didn't buy it. And lots of people go, oh, well, of course, there's so much in the book that you wouldn't pick up normally. Well, I bet I have. I just think it's shit. There's a difference. So, actually, let me fire it up again. No, that's the wrong button. Let me fire it up again. Hang on. Go away. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I can understand if people want to write a book as an additional, but it should not be instead of. And so if you have, yeah, it should be the help file. I mean, back in the day, sort of in the 90s, you did have books about things, and they would give... It is called a tutorial. And so if I go... Yeah, we knew what you meant, don't worry. So, some of the things that are really unintuitive on this is that if you go to, say, rulers here, you can click between centimetres and inches, right? But how you change the centimetres is here. But if you choose a thread, not that there are actually... I did put some in and it didn't make a blind bit of difference. But this does not change any of the settings. It's basically a label for the printer. That's it. It does not do any more than that. If you then pick by grid, this is what decides how far and well the dots are apart. But once again, if I set some, so let's say I set it to user defined, and I'm going to go with millimeters and 3, right? Because that's not a setting that's in there, and I do that. If I come back and I choose by grid again, I'm not sure whether you see the choose by grid bit, but it doesn't remember the setting. You can't see what you set before. Pile of shit. Yeah, you're not seeing some of these windows, but you get a... Hang on. Hang on, let me shrink a few windows down. Let's do this. Shrink a few windows down. But it's stupid things like, if you set a grid, when you go back in, the other thing that I found, so let's say you in this editor, right? So for example, where is it? So let me do my current one, which is, try not to laugh, it is 2.51 millimeters, 0.51, and it's diagonal, right? So this is how I designed my square, right? But here's the problem. If I actually let me go and get my square. Hang on, file, open. I think it's square 3. There you go, right? Square number 3. So if I print this out, bear in mind I've got a 45-degree grid and I know that it's 2.51 millimeters, and I go to print it. So I go to print, and I've done it at 2.5. So if I go back to editor and I say that the ruler is, hang on, choose by thread, user defined millimeters of 2.5, just to make sure it all thinks it's the same. It tells me there it should be 15 and a quarter centimeters. No, it's not. When you print it out, no, it's not. It's not 15, but it's not 50. Actually, that's less than 15 centimeters because I start nearly half a centimeter in. It's actually 15 and a half centimeters. So it's not even accurate. You can imagine how annoying that is. It's not even accurate. It is, and as you can see, it randomly draws funny in the background. I don't see the flashing, but you do. I don't, but that's it. Doing piss awful drawings. It is a terrible piece of software from as a programmer. It's a shocking thing. Well, and this is the thing. I mean, you can spend hours designing something so it's just so. You print it out, making sure that it all matches up so that it should measure out, and it doesn't. Which is why I know that the square is 2.51 millimeters, because that was the one to match the original square. But no one in their right mind's going to pick that as the actual millimeters. But because I was going from a pricking of someone who'd obviously done it on square paper originally, that's what it actually works out as, to match the. But it doesn't match in size, because here's the other bit. It's not actually square, by the way. Or at least the original was not exactly. One of them's not square. Well, and this is the thing. It's life can be hard enough without people making it harder, right? And this software does not make the job necessarily easier. Well, it's not even the margins. Because when you print it out, if I get my ruler, hang on, there it is, get my tape measure, you will soon see that if I go from one side to the other, so let's sneak under there, one side to this side, sorry, let's do it from the pinholes, hang on, we'll do it from the pinholes, pinhole to pinhole is nearly 16 centimetres. Well, that's not what we saw on screen. So it does mean that you have to be really fligging careful, and you end up printing it out like 20 times trying to get the exact size that you want. But when I copied the original square, because the original square that I did came as a pricked pattern, and I put it into Lace 8 so that I could print out more copies of the pattern rather than having to buy them, because, well, duh. But when I printed it out, well, it wasn't square. If it would match one way, it wouldn't match the other. Oh, how's that a thing? It just kind of... Let me see if this is square and it's... Well, even if you want to make it as an edging for something, it's got to be fucking accurate. I mean, it does look like it's mostly square. Because if I put that with the top pin, it is mostly square here. So maybe the original square was not 100% square. But if you cannot rely on the rulers in the pattern, and it's not a square, then, well, if you were making a border, let's say I had a hanky and I was making a border for it, well, it's not much fucking good if it doesn't fit now, is it? It's, you know. And of course, you're only going to find out kind of once it's too late. I mean, yes, you can lay it on top, but at the same time, there is a bit of, well, you almost, because let's face it, if you've measured it all and you've checked it all on screen, well, it does kind of boil down to, you're sitting there going, I could do better with paint. You know, at least I know where I stand, you know. It's not going to pretend to me. But then, to be honest, I'm going to say something really horrible about a program that I dearly love. I use another program for cross stitch. So let me go grab this. Right, hang on. This one. No, yeah, whatever. Stop asking me the same question. I don't care. Hang on. Contemplate, contemplate, contemplate. Open. I'm not going to show too much of this because it is a copyrighted thing I've paid money for, and this is me with it entered into my thing so that I can work from it rather than the paper pattern. So let me casually make a small couple of bits of change. Let's do that because that's not too revealing. Right. Then I need to, let me go into here. Let me use that one because, well, that's the nearest. And we'll go properties of that, and we will grab that and call it quits. Yes, and transition. So this is me using a program that I dearly love. But if you look here, these are centimetres. It is, and to be honest, yeah, it is. But this program suffers from one similar problem to Lace 8, which is why I wanted to show you. If you look at the bottom here, these are grids, and these are 10 stitches wide. Not because they're 10 stitches wide, because I entered that this is 25 stitches to the inch, and I want to view it in centimetres, so it has marked off the centimetres. But look at the ruler at the bottom. The ruler at the bottom, if I scroll across, it's 8 centimetres wide, gets further and further out as we get to 8 centimetres. So here it's nearly 2 stitches to the left. Well, it's not much of a ruler if, again, like we were saying, you were making, I know, a pot and a patch for your pocket, or, you know, something along those lines. It probably is, and of course, being that we live in a modern age, almost certainly what they've done is gone is it's 2.5 centimetres an inch, because of course that's way easier to calculate, and because it is pretty accurately 10 stitches a centimetre. So they probably, you know, sell it as 25 count because it kind of is, but it's actually 10 per centimetre. And it's a nuance, as we will agree. It is a nuance that, you know, that you can suffer from. That's right. I need to work out why that doesn't feel right. Why do I? Because I fucked up again. Oh, for God's sake, Kimber, you really do need to pay attention. So yeah. Well, it is, because it means that, you know, if you make something in one and something in the other, and they don't fucking fit together, and it's not for lack of trying, and that is where we all start losing our marbles with it and any form of patience with it, because you're sitting there going, I did all the right things, I took lots of measurements. You know, I was the woodcutter. I measured it 18 times and made sure I counted everything. And you know, I did all the right things. And yet you're still telling me it's wrong. How can it be wrong? How can it still be wrong when I've done all the right things for it? And the answer is, of course, is because it's wrong. But you can't change it. You can't change how it works. You can only work within its own insecurities and its own quirks. And, well, it's just far from ideal. So let me sort this out, because I really did mull that. You were not supposed to be in that whatsoever. And you are still in that somehow. So let's sort some of this out. There we go. Right. One of you is not where you should be. And that would be you. So bugger off to you. Because there needs to be 2 here. And there's... No, wait. There is 2 here. What the fuck is going on? There's 2 there. You are the top 2. You're the next 2. You're the next 2. You're the next 2. You are the next one. So you are part of this one. And you are under that. So you're over that and over that. So you are 2. That is fine. But I seem to have an odd number of bobbins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's right. We're good. That's right, everyone's selling me. Hang on. Oh, lucky, lovely. It's alright. The work shenanigans continues. Yeah. Well, and this is one of the weird things, is that we live in an environment where, you know, cars can drive themselves. And, you know, there's adverts now for the VW where it detects that you've become unconscious at the scene, at the wheel. So it will, you know, brake to try and wake you up. And if you don't wake up, it will then indicate and pull over. It's going to do what now? What if I just kind of, I'm sitting there quietly? Is it going to fucking start braking at me because it thinks I've fallen asleep? Or what if I'm just casually minding my own business, thank you very much, because it's a boring bit of road? I mean... Well, and this is the thing, is that the human eye sees far better than any camera. And to prove to that, go outside in the dark. Go out... Well, if you go out in your garden in the dark and stand there for a bit, you'll be surprised actually how much you can see. But a camera will see literally nothing. It can't focus on it, it's just a wall of black, right? You go out in mind-numbingly bright sunshine, your eyes will go, well, that's a bit bright, and really not much more than that. The camera will blow out for 30 seconds. So as you leave the tunnel into, like, vampire-killing sunlight, because, frankly, you're wondering if you're a vampire because the moment you stick your hand down it, you can see feel your skin burn, right? Well, it can't see for the next 20 seconds. So, how does that sit down? What does the car do? Shit a brick and pull over? I mean, pull into the next car in front of a lorry, you know. How does it decide which side? How does it, you know, obviously it's got to know which side of the road you drive on. What if you take it to another country? How does it know which is the pulling over side now? It just seems that there are so many things that the human brain and eyesight are capable of doing. For example, if I threw a ball at you, I mean, you're an adult, chances are you'll catch it. I mean, children are a bit crap at it usually, but if I throw a ball to you, as an adult, generally you'll catch it. Well, and this is the thing, when you consider that if you want a great example, which of course is only good as the lowest common denominator, but if you want to see how poorly AI can make decisions, go to YouTube, watch my videos and turn on captions, or even turn on the captions here on Twitch, right? I am not the best public speaking voice. I stutter and and change words halfway through. But the crap it comes out with is shocking. Half these words are words I have never said in my life, sentences I would never say. But the AI feels that that's what I said. Well, if it cannot identify my lone voice, because bear in mind the captions are generated my end, if it cannot generate, with all this processing power, my voice into a reliable set of words, what in God's name thinks it can drive? Now, obviously, the car one, it is trained to drive. But like you've said, it can see minute changes, but it doesn't know whether they're good or bad. That could be a leaf. Or maybe it's an animal. Or maybe it's a person. Because, of course, if it's small, it could be in the distance. Or maybe it's close. Who really knows? And there is just too many... Well, and this is the thing, is that there is a lovely lady. She is an absolute godsend. Her name is Dr. Penny DeBill. She's Australian. And Dr. Penny is a very bright lady. She has written many books on artificial intelligence, generally in the gaming industry, but artificial intelligence. And she actually does a really, really interesting course on AI. And she shows you how effectively you can use Excel to do AI. And because all it does is you give it random inputs, you go through a decision and you basically say to it good or bad, and then depending on whether it was good or bad, it changes the things that would be good and keeps the things that would be good and changes the things that would be bad, and it effectively works out numbers that can produce a reasonable result. Doesn't mean they're the right numbers, but numbers that can produce a reasonable result, such as, I know, make, if it's an even number, make it red. If it's an odd number, make it blue. Exactly, and that's exactly what she does. And, with all of these things like Copilot and ChatGPT, and she goes on to explain that all they really do is they do not understand your question. It's not that, if you say to it, which is more aerodynamic, a square or a circle? Well, it's going to say the circle because there's less wind resistance on the edges and all those kind of things. But that's because it read it somewhere, not because it actually knows that. And what it uses is statistics to prove, that, if you were to ask it to write a story about a boy going to visit his grandma, right? It would take the word boy, it would take the word grandma, and it would find a story, and it would almost just replace those words within the story. Which is why, of course, using AI is bad for writing things. But it's the same with, I can't remember what I was doing. I was trying to make icons for something, and I asked it to do a particular picture. And that's right, I wanted it to produce a weaving loom in a room through a doorway. I got nothing of the sort. I think I asked it for a craft sign above the door. So it was, I didn't expect, my weaving loom specifically, but I expected something vaguely resembling a weaving room with a doorway and a craft sign above it. First of all, none of those signs said craft, like I said. In fact, some of them didn't say anything. Some of them said completely all random things. And that's the thing. It statistically sees a particular string of words, and it knows that, I know, with the word yeah, it is, right? But, and of course, I'm sorry, but have you seen the code that gets posted on the internet these days? It means that any code they post to you is basically the garbage of the universe, because it's usually from all of the, I wrote this pile of dung and it's not working, and everyone goes, well, yeah. But of course, it's gone along and it's found thousands of examples of dung code, and it now thinks that's the answer. And but it is that kind of thing, is that you're left sitting there going, and it statistically says that if you have typed this, then this is most likely to be the next word. It doesn't know what any of the words mean. None of it means anything to it. It just statistically has, if you mention blue, then I want, 02550. It doesn't know any better than that. It doesn't know that that's actually blue. It just knows that when people talk of blue, that's a place to start. And hence you can get purple and pink and red and yellow out of it, because it doesn't know what the colour is. It doesn't see. And so AI is literally no more than statistically predicting what should come next. And of course, like you've said, garbage in, garbage out. If you do not feed it accurate incoming data, well, you're not going to have accurate outgoing data. Yeah. Now, it's all well and good when you're having a chat, say, with your good self, and I try and find, write something in Italian, and it comes up with hugamahumphtymouth, because, I know the word I used was a British slang word, or I didn't spell it right, or, and so it can't translate it properly, and it makes complete balls of it. But it's not a legally binding aspect, and, in essence, doesn't really matter. But when you're talking more important things, well, it does matter. And accuracy is really an important thing. And one of the things that they don't really include on a lot of these AI, chat GPT kind of things is how accurate was your answer. You can say that doesn't answer my question, or no, I meant more of this, or no, that this doesn't work. Unity came up with their own chat GPT thing called Muse, and it has access to the internal code for Unity. And there's a thing called Pro Builder, which allows you to draw, a bit like Blender, 3D shapes without actually having to leave Unity. And I suck at Blender because it's not the same key codes as Unity, and I'm used to Unity and not Blender or Maya or any of those kind of things, so I quite like using it. But there was one thing that it does do that is really annoying, which is it tends to put the pivot point in the middle, which is all well and good if you're making, say, a human foosball thing and you want it to pivot around the middle. But maybe you want it to be like a house and pivot at the bottom, so that when you turn it and, it pivots from the bottom. So I asked it to make some code to convert my Pro Builder model to pivot not in the middle, but from the bottom. And it went, yeah, Liz, not a problem. Use this. Okay. Paste. Oh, half this code doesn't work. It can't compile. It doesn't compile, says me. Oh, yes, I made a mistake, it says. Okay, fair enough. Use this code. Well, that doesn't do shit, computer. Oh, yes, my bad. And 45 minutes later, it's still saying my bad, and I still haven't got working code. And moreover, they want £35 a month for that shit. And I was like, yeah, no. And then I tried it with something else. So, think of your lovely high school, or probably even low, early school mathematics. If you have, say, a wall and you want to hang 4 pictures equidistant across the wall, we all know you take the wall, divide it by 5, and put them in like position 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So I asked it to do that. I said, if I provide you, a whole bunch of objects, I want you to take the leftmost object, the rightmost object, and divide all the other objects up equidistantly in a straight line between the two furthest points. Okay, it said. So the first code, it didn't take any objects. There was no way to feed it the objects that I wanted to collect. And I went, but you're not taking my selected numbers. Oh, yeah. Well, put them in here. Okay, that wasn't quite what I wanted. Okay, fine. You know, select all my objects, drag them to a box, click go. Didn't move them. You haven't moved them. Oh, yeah, my bad. Then it put them all in one place, and I went, no. Then it did all the division, but put them all in, like, position 1, so it didn't spread them out. And you're kind of going, for the amount of times I've argued with you, it would have been so much quicker to do this myself, because it's really not hard. You know, A minus B gives you a direction, and then add, you know, place 1, add 1, place 1, add 1, place 1, add 1, the whole way across. Really? Can we not? And it was kind of like, how? How is this so hard? Why is this such a problem? And it didn't do it. And so everything I tried with, you know, every time I've tried, you know, AI to, I don't know, have a play with it, I've given it what I really thought was a simple task. You know, even in my mind, I almost knew the answer before I asked it. It was not a complicated task. So, for example, when moving the pivot point, because it's currently in the middle, and you know how tall it is, well, if you know how tall it is, you know where the top is, you're in the middle, so all you really have to do is move all the points, the distance between, say, the top and the middle, up, because then the middle will become the bottom, and everything will be above it. Yeah, it can work that out. Now, I do think a little bit obscurely logical sometimes, and some people follow my logic, some people don't. But when an AI with all the intelligence of the internet can't work out how to move a pivot point from the middle to the bottom by just moving all the points up a bit. Really? Really? This is a bit shit. I'm not paying money for that. ChatGPT's always let me down. Every time I've asked ChatGPT something, it's not given me the answer. It didn't know, or it got it wrong. Usually it got it wrong. And you're sitting there going, that doesn't even compile, mate. That's useless code. I don't want that. You know, I can't even ask you to almost code me a times table routine. How am I supposed to trust you to do anything else? Yeah. I know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think that AI has a great place in the world. And that is a big problem. But also, I think that there are certain tasks which AI is given to being good at. So, for example, I know it is, because obviously, while it is just a pile of statistics, everyone thinks that it actually thinks, and of course it doesn't. But for example, let's say you're looking for rotten apples. If you're looking through, incoming through on a conveyor belt, well, if you're training for, AI to look for apples, a mouldy apple is not shiny. A mouldy apple is usually brown. A mouldy apple has so many different properties that you can look for, and if you see absolutely any of it, it's going to be rotten, or it's about to be, right? So for things like spotting fruit, for sorting mail, for to a large extent, things like that. And that's it. You've got to have someone who fully understands the model, can code all of the options and all the rest of it. But if you can do that, then it will be very successful. What you can't do is predict the human element. So a robot car driving is never going to be the same. A robot car is never going to work better than some of the top-notch drivers, right? Never in a month of Sundays. It won't have the bottle factor, so they won't shit themselves because they think they're going to lose it on the corner, because of course it's got no feelings. But it also can't really tell when the car's beginning to drift, so it'll just crash. Whereas as a driver, you feel it going a bit light, and you're going, no, that's far enough. We won't be doing more of that. And that's the difference, I think, is that the nuance is that the human is capable of sensing in so many different ways. And then you've got the, how do I explain it? The kind of, that's right, I've now questioned myself with this as well. When you've got the, yeah, I did. When you've got almost like the human intuition that makes no scientific sense, but is true. So that you can tell that something is wrong, that you know something is wrong far before it happens, but at the same time, there's no way you could have known. And that again is one of those 1, 2, 3.5. Why is this wrong? How is this wrong? Why is this so far apart? Why is this far apart? Why is there... No, you've got 2, you've got 2. How do I do this? How is this... Have I lost a bobbin somewhere? Is that what's wrong? If I... No, you're not. No, I'm very capable of distracting myself at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm very much capable of distracting myself, so do not fear on that front. Finding out that my best mate's going to be redundant at the end of the, in a month, and they obviously haven't picked up that I'm also having some employment quirks, and so they've been pinging me, kind of going, well, what do you mean? Well, were you not listening, dude? Apparently not. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, you should be the other side of that pin. Whatever, I've done it again. I've just hooked you around the wrong side of the pin. So let's undo all of these, which is not undoing because it's for some reason, because life just spits in my face. You're under. So you're over. I just keep managing to wrap some of this round. So you're a pair there. 1, 2, 3.5. Now, you're a pair there. Where's my piece of paper with the worms on it? There it is. Expert piece of paper. I am heading to 14, and 14 says I should have 5 and lose 1. No, how do I lose 1? Yeah, I should lose 1 at 5. So, okay. So I should have 5, 1, and lose 1 to 4. So I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't have 5. Or do I? I do have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uncross yourselves. Stop being annoying. And then under, over, under. This is 5. You go here. You have. You see, then there's nothing from the previous pin. This is what's not adding up. Somehow I have fucked up somewhere. Have I missed a pin? Hang on. Let me pull it towards me so I can really stare at it. I'm none the wiser. You fall out of the previous pin, but you're before the pin, and yet I've got the right number of bobbins, but I haven't thrown out a pair when I should, but I haven't missed any pins that I can find either. So I'm a little bit frazzled as to why this isn't working out, because everything seems to be at the right places. I don't seem to have stabbed the same one twice, which is always a possibility. It feels like I missed a pin here, but I didn't, because I've checked 6 times. I haven't thrown 2 bobbins out at any one point. Sorry, 4 bobbins at any one point. Each pin's only got a pair of bobbins, and you're that pair there, she says, wondering why that looks kind of how it does. Hang on, I need a pokey stick. I need a pointy pokey stick. Where do you go? Yeah, you go into all of that lot, so you are where you should be. And you go into that, and you go into that, and you go into that one, and you go into that one. So you're all right. But this pin should have a pair of bobbins coming out of it, and it does not. And the only reason we were doing this is because it didn't add up the first time, which is why I have so many bobbins dangling over there. But I have the right number of bobbins, but I shouldn't have. These 2 should be here. 1, 2, 3, 4. But if I threw those out this time round, I'd only have 2. So I do not have enough bobbins. I must have missed adding some. Maybe there. No. Welcome back. I can't see where I went wrong. Let me pin up some of these because I just have way too many bobbins floating around, getting on my nerves, and well, there's just too many bobbins and it's giving me anxiety and it's not helping me get it right. So let me undo this. I think I went wrong right at the beginning of the stream. This is where bobbin lacy is not complicated, but it kind of is, because clearly I've gone wrong because I don't have the right number of bobbins, but I also can't find out why I don't have the right number of bobbins because there's too many fucking pins in the way, and well, there's too much everything in the way. So let's move you all around like this because, well, I will be working with you in a minute again. I think I need to undo 1 row of this, maybe even 2. I think I need to undo some of this, which is anxiety driving. Let's turn this a little bit. So, let's put the pins back in the pot because I keep stabbing myself with the ones that I put over there. Because, well, I put them over there and I kept trying to put my arm on them while I was looking for things. So let's pick you up. Well, it's also an exponential function of how to fuck up. There are more new and creative ways with every given opportunity to get it wrong. And chronically wrong. Not just a little bit wrong, chronically and unequivocally wrong, but at the same time not noticeable at the point in time of which you do it. Because, well, that would be too easy, because then you would know you got it wrong and you'd fix it. So let's undo this. And this one. They're talking that they want us to go into work next week. Now, bear in mind, my place of work is home. And they're talking about us going into the office next week. I really don't want to go into the office next week. Just not in the mood. Especially as we don't have desks. We're not... it's not that we're not permitted on site, but our place of work is not site, so we are only visitors. It's kind of a bit strange. Right, now, I actually think I need to go back another row. I think I literally fucked up on my very first row. That is my suspicion. Cool. That would be very pretty. Bet that looks good. You have to show me a picture. Cool. I reckon that will be back far enough. I'll probably be proved wrong, but of course you can. And if it doesn't let you, we can soon sort that out. I will beat it into submission. Okay, it didn't let you. Hang on. Let me sort that out. Because I think I know what's responsible for that. Hang on. View, hang on. I thought I told it to let people do that. Hang on. Spam protection. Filters. Links. Kill it. Hang on. Let me see if it saved that for one sec. No, don't do that with it, Christ. No, I didn't say do that with it either. That's not what I did. Put that back in there. I'm trying to get this out of it. Oh, fine. Let me check. Hang on. Okay, I've lost it. There it is. Try posting it now. Try again. It should be letting you, and it's being crappy. Hang on. Something else must be blocking it then. Let me look at this end. Moderation. Moderator tools, no. I thought, well, I've just turned off a thing that said it was banning things and it shouldn't be doing that. Okay, it's not that. It's not that then. Hang on. Turn off. Well, it is, but it's also annoying when you can't find out why it's doing it. Because obviously, while I don't need people posting pictures of boobies or something, at the same time, I do want to be able to allow people to post things of my choice. Hang on, let me Google it. That's the obvious answer. Okay, how to post stuff by links. Okay, embedding links and chit chat through moderation settings. Access your account. Go to thing. Click links. Click on Q7. Look at how you restrict your links. Okay, Twitch stats through moderation. Access your account settings and then go to your channel's moderation settings. Hang on. Channels. Well, I assume it's a setting moderation. No. Doesn't look to be in that one. Block terms and phrases. No. Terms and phrases. No. Harmful chatter. Okay, let's have a look here. No. Hang on, let me go grab that. Hang on. Chat rules. No, I don't need chat rules. The problem with an awful lot of these things is that, you know, like everything, yeah, I will add some dots, don't worry. What's really annoying is I found a thing that said how to enable, you know, URLs in chat, and of course it's out of date. And this, of course, is where the frustrations lie, is you go to it and it hasn't changed in a couple of months, but it's still out of date, but this is the recommended one on how to do it. And so, hang on, let me pull that up. Hang on. It just doesn't make your life easy, you know. And I knew one thing potentially had. I've got a thing called Nightbot, and Nightbot tries to be anally retentive and do things. So, oh, I like that. Yeah, I like that. Because I run the show, I should be able to post it, so I should be able to post that. Just for everybody else not having to type it all out. But I want to know where the links thing has gone, because there don't seem to be no links thing. Community content. See, content isn't the content you think it is. Activity, no. Followers, no, it's not that. Settings, you see, you think it'd be in settings. Store things, enable clips, you see, that's definitely all about that. If I click on channel and it says it should be a channel, but there doesn't seem to be anything about links. There's social links, but that's not what this is about. Maybe I looked in. No, maybe no. I thought maybe I'd missed something. I mean, I've turned off things like, you know, you can't use racial terms and all that kind of stuff. That's fine, but that doesn't cover links. Blocks is only certain things, and that's only got one phrase in it, and that was because we had a bot. The permitted terms and phrases doesn't come up. Harmful chatter is of likely evaders or harassers. That's not really anything else. Banned people. Oh, there you go. Fuck's sake. It's more obvious than you think. Thank you. I turned it off. Thank you. There you go. You should now be able... I know, try posting a link to Google. You should be able to post a link. There you go. God, they made that hard work. There you go. Because if I don't like a link, I can just ban the idiot who posted it. So, you know, I'm not that popular, so I'm not so worried. Right, I've sticked you for a reason, and now I need to rewind time yet again. Now look at... I don't seem to have achieved very much today. I seem to have spent a lot of time redoing this same bit. However, I have funked it up in new and interesting ways. I know how. I'm impressed that she's still sane for doing it. I just don't have... I mean, I'm not a dainty person. And... Okay. But even so, that is like, you know, human hair stuff. And it is very pretty. I mean, no offence, that's the ideal shit to make a net curtain out of, but... Yeah, let's not. I do like it though. You see, that's the kind of let's call it. That makes some sense. I mean, for example, I understand. I call it tape lace in the sense of it's kind of like a piece of tape that you wind round and round and round. And I like that style stuff, and in some ways I'd love to have made my net curtain in that kind of style, but I don't really have the drawing skills to do it, and I don't have the software that gives me the drawing skills to do it, hence I've stuck with Torchon because I can like link dots. And you see, there's an awful lot of names for roughly the same thing. So there's Milanese lace, Russian tape lace, and something else as well that all produce a very similar result to that. Now, I'm not saying they are the same, but to the, you know, on a normal, slightly more normal scale, they look the same to the human eye without, you know, spending hours playing spot the difference. And so... I think I've got some Italian, oddly enough, patterns that are very similar to that, and it's, I like that style because you only have like, you know, 4 or 5 pairs of bobbins on the go throughout the entire piece. And yes, you wander around a little bit like a drunk because you go up here and round there and down there and over that bit, but really, but this is the thing. You know, I did one because I did a Celtic knot, and that was something like 5 pairs. It might have been 6. It was next to nothing. It was not the veritable plethora of bobbins of confusion, because you almost, like, you know, would have just made the zigzags and moved on, and it was so much easier to make on the simple grounds that, well, you only had a handful of bobbins. And yes, you could make a big or a small piece of lace with it. It didn't really matter. You only had a handful of bobbins. And so, you know, if you screwed up, you went back in time a little bit. You didn't have the frustration of, oh, I haven't got the right number of bobbins here, because, well, you always had the same number of bobbins. It was really quite straightforward and pleasant from that respect. Can't believe I'm undoing this bit. Again, never mind. I will be well practiced in it by the end. And I know that's not kind of the point, but, you know. Well, and this is the thing. You know, with everything, there are mistakes you can make, and somehow you have no idea how you make such a stupid mistake doing it. 2, 3, 4. You see, that is the right number of bobbins. And I've got a pair out. Do I really need to go back, or am I making up my own problems? I feel like I'm making up problems that don't exist. But they do exist when I move on a little bit. So let's try this again, just on the off chance of not having to go all the way back to the start. So I've got all the bobbins. You've joined a pair, as you should. I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is correct, and a pair out at the pin. So let's pretend that we are not in any way, shape or form screwing this up. We're going to work our way across. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 whole pairs, and we put the pin in. And we try and pretend that we're not stupid, and that we're not going to make yet the same mistake again. We twist a pair, we work a pair, we chuck the pair. Now we have the 3, which is right. So we go across 2, 3, and then we add the pair. 4. I think part of the problem is this one, because its thread keeps working down. I mistake it for a worker pair, not the passive pair, because like this, the end's coming off, and I wound them all so tightly and carefully and everything, but never mind. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we pin. We might have rescued it. We might be right. 4. We work a pair. We chuck the pair. And now we have 3. 1, 2, 3, and we add a pair. 4. This time we pin it, but we don't lose a pair because we're in the corner. So now we have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we add 1. 5. And now we're in the other corner and have 6. Yay! Hallelujah! So I didn't need to undo that bit earlier. Never mind. But we finally have got to the corner with the right number of bobbins. What a heartache and painful journey that was. But we have finally got here. Whew. We have not really achieved a lot today other than screwing up royally at every opportunity, really. Wow, that was a colossally epic bad day for the whole lace front, but there we go. So, you are... Would you fit in there? Yes, you would fit in there quite nicely. You can go and fit in there because we don't need you. We will... Take care, hench. I will speak... I will probably disappear shortly, but not immediately. I'm also going to bulk you together because you are the set of cloth stitch bobbins. Yeah, we'll do this. This is not my wisest decision. You'll soon see what my decision is. Let me slide some bobbins around without screwing them up, because that's definitely a thing. click. Oh, I like that. As I say, that's kind of how I imagined it to be to a large extent. And in a way, think how cool it would be to use, say, some optic fibres as a GIMP thread and have them as part of my net curtain. Well, think about how it would look from a torsion point of view if, say, for sake of the arguments, instead of the, well, as part of the cloth stitch zigzags, I had, let's say, full length zigzags. So I made it as one big long piece. And I made long strips rather than little squares. So I would make 6 strips across or whatever, right? Imagine if the zigzags had a GIMP thread of optic fibre so that you could, you know, put lights behind. That would be really kind of cool. Go away, not doing it, not trying it. Do not set my brain off. But that looks really cool. No, and that's why they'd be quite good for GIMP threads, I think, in the sense of they're allowed to kind of move and sway a little bit, but you can't really stitch with them, for want of a better word. You can only, you know, kind of have them present. They have to be a bit more passive in it all. But they'd make great GIMP threads, I imagine. Wow, that is quite big. Yeah, I'd be tempted to use them as GIMP threads. Even if it was just round the border. Make, you know, something like your net curtain to have like a GIMP round the border so that you have like a lit frame, if you know what I mean. That I think could work quite well. Okay, so they are reasonably chunky. That's right, my brain had just suddenly panicked and thought that this was not going to look right. You do not need to know what my brain was just thinking. Bad brain. Bad brain. Don't do that to me. No. No. Let's not be doing that, brain. That doesn't look twisted enough. Sorry, brain. I don't feel you're twisted enough for that. I feel I need to twist you a bit more than that. There we go. There, that looks better. See if we can't get this bit done. So at least it looks like we achieved something of value today, rather than just a bit of cloth stitch, because that really does not look good for, like, what is it, nearly 3 hours. How has it taken 3 hours to get that bit right? Oh dearie me, someone take me out back and shoot me. That's terrible. And there's me wondering why it takes 57 hours to make a square, and I've just spent 3 hours on what must be like an inch and a bit of cloth stitch. Fuck's sake, woman. That's just shocking. Terrible. Goodness. I need to tighten you all up a bit. Well, distraction is good and distraction can be bad. It depends on exactly what's happening. And with some of the things that are going on in my life, I do need the distractions, right? So having someone to talk to, even if, you know, maybe I was not understanding very well of our friend earlier, because I was struggling to follow that conversation. But at the same time, it was kind of making me laugh, and I need a bit of a laugh at the moment. So, you know, it is one of those kind of moments of the distractions can be good. But they do need to be almost the right kind of distractions. And to be honest, I think today's mistakes were going to happen whether I had distractions or not. To be honest, I don't believe it was anything. It's not like there was you know, urgent things that were distracting me, and, you know, so I know someone causing, you know, terrible rudeness in channel or something that I have to stop and deal with. It was, I could stop and deal with it, or I could not. I could stop or I could keep going. And, you know, as I say, I've got you reading, you know, you guys have your when you speak, it reads in my ear. Now, occasionally, the text-to-speech makes a real dog's ear of doing it, and it's, you know, it's a little bit, what the hell are they saying? Oh, it's a typo, you know, kind of moment. Usually I can kind of tell what the typo was, and I speak text-to-speech typo to a large extent. But occasionally my brain goes, I'm sorry, in what universe is that wordage? Can I try that one again in English, please, Bob? You know, but I struggled earlier today with following some of that conversation, but at the same time, it was a good conversation, you know, in a sense. So I have no problem with that. I wasn't thinking of your typing, honey. I was thinking of our friend earlier. Their typing was a little bit rough, and I struggled with that, and that's my fault, because, you know, that is definitely on me. I struggled with the fact that they would use O instead of I, and basically none of their words were actually words, and so I was really struggling to make sense. Fortunately, they did, you know, then turn to more English kind of words, but there was an awful lot of sentences with 0 words whatsoever of English, and it was kind of like, I have no idea what you're talking about, love. I really have no idea. Should I just nod gently? Yeah, let's just nod gently, you know. It was kind of one of those things. Your English is perfectly good. Perfectly understandable. And I'm sure if I say I don't get it, you would explain it another way, and we would find a way to meet in the middle. So, you know, don't worry about that. It doesn't help that my reading skills are poor, and clearly the text-to-speech is not far behind me. And like I was saying earlier about the AI, if you turn on captions for me, half the things that it says I'm saying are not what I said at all. And so, you know, if that's its level of understanding, it's not too surprising then if, when it reads it to me, I'm going, what? What are you on? What drugs did you take before saying that? Yeah, no, it's... It's all fine. So yeah, back to your thing. Lysate is not a bad program, it's just not good. No, the Lysate program is not bad, it's just not good either. It does it its way, and as long as you know how its way is, you will get on with it. But it's very much if you don't do it its way, it's never going to work. And it takes a while to get in the swing with it, which I guess is part of the reason they have a £35 book for you to help speed that process up. But Tenchi's right, you shouldn't need to have a £35 book. It should be part of the tutorial. It should be part of the help file. There are a few videos on YouTube which help, but a lot of the things are almost hidden menus, and it's almost all the useful things are hidden menus. And so if you hadn't noticed that, or you didn't spot that, or you didn't know that was there, it is really hard to kind of work it out. So for example, you can I think you can have up to 20 layers on your lace project. Now the layers are not there to make layers in the sense of you have 20 layers of stuff. They are there so you can separate out things. So, for example, you might separate out all the ground stitch and all the rose ground and all the cloth stitch so that you can move just the rose ground, or you can change the colour of it to make it stand out on your screen, or you can copy just that bit to another new pattern, or all of those kind of actions. Now, to be fair with it, I did with my square, I only had to design a quarter, and then I rotated it round to make the square. So it has some useful features which you obviously don't get on a piece of paper. and so you can sit there and go, right, I've got those, that's great. I've designed my quarter, I'm happy with my quarter, now make it on all the others. And I've actually got 2 bits of pattern. One is the quarter, one is the hole for printing, because obviously if I want to change something, I change the quarter and remake the quarter, then respread the quarters. I don't want to have to change it 4 times. It would be nice if you could put up like mirror lines so that you could, like, you know, do a stitch here and it would automatically mirror it over there. But of course, lace isn't symmetrical like a mirror. Now it can be. And I think that's part of it, is I think that 2 people got together, and one of them obviously is a coder, and she has gone, oh, I can write you know, and some lady's gone, oh, it would be really helpful if I had a program that did this for me. It would be so cool. And she's gone, well, I could write one. You tell me what you want. So the lace lady has tried to explain to someone who's never made a piece of lace in their life what she wants from a lace program without using any of the normal words that the programmer would expect. The programmer has then tried to work out and turn into her own words. It's a bit like when you've got really bad translations. You know, you sit there trying to go, well, that's what I think they mean. And then she said she's done it, and the lace lady's gone, oh, it's beautiful. And as you say, never used it. And it's almost like I was saying, you know, it comes out as like the original direct translation from the original Chinese or something, where, you know, odd random words that are clearly inappropriate suddenly appear in like your food menu, and you're going, I don't think you mean that. And you know, when it say uses the word virgin instead of fresh or something, and it will say virgin chicken. Well, I kind of hope it wasn't apparent, but oh god, yeah, those kind of things when it's literal and it's not untrue, but it's also not right. And you know, take A and Z and place them together in a manner that is humanly impossible. Yeah, I had that actually. I bought a thing called a Q-snap for my cross stitch. Now, I bought a fake Q-snap, and that went together really well because you had like 2 ends with kind of pointy in pieces, and then a tube that you put on the end, and you banged the ends on it, and it made the square. The real Q-snap has 4 pieces with wiggly ends. So if you put 2 together, you can't now put the top one on because, well, the bits are too close together. And that was fun. It's a bit like when I was trying to put that dog bed together. The dog bed's made in a similar way. Oh, place these pieces together, right, and these pieces together, right. Now put that together. You do know that the thing that goes over it, because you've got like a tarpaulin thing that goes over it, don't stretch that far, right? Oh, no, just put it together, it'll be fine. Saying it again does not make it true, you know? And it of course the dog helped too, in the way only that dogs can, but i.e. they stood on it when you were trying to swear at it, but or you lick your face as you're trying to carefully put 2 bits together. But it is that kind of thing, is that there are definitely times when, you know, the written instructions make it sound so flippin' easy. Join parts A and C. I don't have 98 pairs of hands. I cannot do this. I do not have this many friends, and they cannot all hold it at the same time. What do you mean just join them together? They don't fit, you know. It was the same when I was making my computer table. I've got a computer table which is a wheelie table, a bit like the ones they have in hospital. It is a bit more of an industrial one, mainly because all the cheap little ones that I kept buying, the wheelies on the bottom were too shit. All the wheelies came with brakes. Now that sounds like a great idea, except for the fact that if you moved the wheelies in the wrong direction, it just put the brake on, so then your wheelie table would like jam and not move when you're trying desperately to get out for a pee, or, you know, it was not an option. So I bought this one, which cost me far too much money. It was about 230 quid, but instead of lasting me 3 months and dying and me wanting to throw it on a bonfire, I've had it for 18 months now, and it hasn't, well, it has occasionally annoyed me, but it hasn't really annoyed me that much. And it's got a hydraulic lift on it, so I don't need to be Jeff Capes, and it's got my 32-inch monitor and a pile of crap on it, and I can still adjust the height if I want to, and I do not have to, you know, go down the gym to be able to do it. And it doesn't sink over time, it doesn't raise over time. Well, it's where I work. It's where I sit where I work, because I sit on my couch because I'm lazy. So I have everything available to me sitting here. I am at the height of efficiency. It's called laziness, really, but it's the height of efficiency. But I've got a little keyboard table that sits underneath the top for my keyboard. I've got there was one variant on it I would have preferred, which this has got what I would call a C-shape bottom. So it's a C shape, but it's more squared, right? It is very much kind of it's got a prong on the left-hand side, and then that goes down to a kind of an upright, and then 2 prongs that run the length of the table. There is another one that has the prong come down to an upright that travels down the length of the table on one side, and then up the upright at the bottom to give the same level of stability that this has got, but it's got more of a U shape, let's call it, or an N shape, depending on your point of view. The only problem is I needed the upright to be on my left for dog reasons, because the dog uses the right-hand side and doesn't use the left-hand side. Therefore, I needed Rory to be able to access the right-hand side. So I wanted the post to be on the left. Hang on, I can show you the table. Hang on. This is the easy answer. Hang on. And it will be somewhere in here. Hang on. Table. Let's go with that. Right, so let me show you this. Not that. Go away. That one. So, this is the table I bought. And that is the orientation for which I use it. What I ideally wanted, and they do one that's very, very similar. I'm not sure I can find it, of course. They do one so that instead of having like an open end on the right hand side, you have one of the long ways bars isn't there, and it has an upright, so it's still got 4 wheels, but instead of an open bit on the side, it has an open bit front or back. The only problem is the bar was my side, and I would have wanted it the far side so I don't stub my toes on it. And I couldn't find this. Hang on, let me grab that, because there are other variants on a theme. So this is what I wanted, but I needed... Where is it? Come back with the picture. I want that picture. There you go. I wanted that, but I wanted the long ways bar on the far side with the post where it is, rather than the post having to have the post on the right to make that C-shaped bit kind of work. And they don't do that one. It's the only one they don't have. Slightly annoying. Don't tell me they have one now. Yeah, they have one now. Look, there's one. I mean, it's not quite the same, but it's close enough. Well, it is when you consider that you know, this would have been ideal, except it was the wrong side. I wanted the other side. How is that such a criminal thing to want? You see, I don't really want one with a partial lifting thing, because that would just be in the way. But this table here would have been perfect, except for the fact it's the wrong way round. Why? All of these have nasty little all these ones have nasty little wheels on that just suck. So, as I say, I've been through about 5 of those, and they really don't last very long, because what actually happens is no matter what you do to try and hold the little plastic brake thing up, I tried string, glue, the whole Monty, nothing stops it. It's almost like it's a cog with a pawl, and that it will go clunk, 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 clunk when you're turning it one way, but the moment you push it the other way, it just jams. And it's exactly what these wheels were like, is that if you moved it in one particular flowing motion, it would be fine. But if you tried to then push it away, no. The number of times I actually ended up pushing the table over because I needed a pee and I couldn't get the thing to move was unnecessary. And so I've got one of those tables. It's over there actually doing a job, but it was the last of the tables. But a lot of them just were not designed for longevity. They really weren't. You had these screw-in bits that kind of went into a metal pole. But after a while, of course, the metal had bent. Then, of course, it slipped. Then, of course, you ended up with an uneven surface. Then, of course, you couldn't tighten it anymore because it wasn't able to tighten up anymore. But now you've made such a dent in the metalwork that you almost can't get it out again. They were just terribly made. And some of them weren't actually that cheap. I mean, obviously, this was a couple of £100, but it has bigger wheels. It has the hydraulic lift on it, but putting this thing together, oh mercy me. Now, technically it's not hard to put it together because you put, the bottom kind of, let's call it the C-shaped bit, comes almost in one piece. You get the hydraulically upright bit in one piece. You get the tabletop bit, and then you get the frame that the tabletop sits on. So you've only got like 5 pieces to put together. Must be easy. No. Because, of course, you need the weight of things to hold. Well, you have to release the hydraulic bit to put it together. But if you release it, well, it wants to do things. And you've got to try and attach the wheels to it, either by holding upright the hydraulic bit, which is really freaking heavy, or trying to balance the wheels. And it involved balancing things on feet and boxes to try and hold the bit up so that it was parallel to the thing so I could screw it in, while simultaneously balancing the feet in the air to try and... it was just not funny. But it is something I haven't had to do now for many months, and it is still good. So, and more to the point, if you roll over the tiniest bit of thread, because of course there's lots of thread in my life, it doesn't jam on the wheel. Nothing has jammed on any of these wheels yet, whereas the other ones, everything seemed to jam on the wheel. I mean, this doesn't like blankets, but they don't jam in there, it just gets a bit stuck on them. But other than that, it's a great little table. It's a mess, but that's my life, that's how I live. I am a mess. I create mess wherever I go. Well, that's the kind of thing, right? Is so somewhere... Oh, don't. Dog hair. I mean, you obviously understand you get the vacuum sealed piece of food that you bought from the shop. You open it and there's already dog hair. Because somehow it was in passing and it now has been sucked into your food. The amount of dog hair I consume, it must be astronomical. It's just not necessary. Maybe that's why I'm fat. I'm eating too many dog hairs. It's just... It is. It's like Velcro. And it's everywhere. Especially when you've got a couple of them. It also depends what dog you have. If you've got a golden retriever, well, that's definitely everywhere. Charlie, bless him, wasn't so bad. Charlie's fur more grew than molted. So you had to trim him. So that wasn't so bad because I'd take him into the hallway where I had a wooden floor, and I'd kind of attack him with a pair of scissors and a shears. And he didn't hate it, but he would get bored easily because, well, it was a bit boring. And he didn't really like his feet being done. So I could kind of do 90% of the dog, and then he'd get a bit bored. Well, sometimes the long-haired ones don't molt as much. But of course it does mean that when they do molt, you really notice it. Currently I've got really short-haired dogs, and you don't notice it quite as much because, well, they're all really short. Maddie, who was the dog I had before who had cancer of everything and who lived forever with cancer of everything, she had really short black hair, but because she was on chemo, she molted like nothing else. And I actually swear that if you find black dog hair in this house, it's almost certainly hers. You know, statistically, it's still predominantly hers, just because it seems to be everywhere. And almost no matter how much you hoover, no matter what you do, it still seems to be there. Rory, of course, being black, is also contributing to the black dog fur on my excessively pale carpet. But most of it, I swear, is Maddie's. Little Miss and her brown fur. I mean, I'm looking at the sofa cover that I've got. That's got quite a lot of dog hair on it, but then they squirm, fight, and sleep all over it, so it's not quite surprising. You know, I can't blame them for that particularly. They are allowed on the couch, after all. Yeah, it is shedding time, unfortunately. Well, the only thing I would say to you is be grateful it's not a husky. Because those things are like walking clouds of fur. You know, you sneeze and the dogs shed like 3 dogfuls on the floor. It is horrific. Someone, I think, goes down our dog park with their husky and brushes them in the park. Because the number of times you walk in there and it looks like there's a dead animal, because there is just so much dog fur covered everywhere, and it looks like a pack of wolves have had something. It's not, it's dog hair, it's, you know, and there's no blood, so it's definitely not. But at the same time, you know, as a spinner, I could make a couple of jumpers out of that. It is a ridiculous amount of fur. Brown used to shed a lot of dog hair. She was really good at that. For a dog who never seemed to move. We actually always reckoned that Brown never seemed to move, but the reason she never seemed to move is she was simultaneously in every point of the universe shedding hair at any given time. She just appeared to be still. She was a strange dog, she was. Brown, how to describe Brown? You took Brown out for a walk and she was almost insulted. She would walk along with this kind of, I don't know why you bring me look. She would kind of lag behind in this, I don't want to be here mood. Gee. It's all fur, clearly. It's in his brains. If he's like most dogs, he has fur for brains. But twice a year, Brown would turn up at the dog park and she'd kind of look around as she used to see who was there. And it was like someone had stuck a rocket up her butt. She would hare around at the speed of light, and she was really fast when she wanted to. But she only did it like twice a year. It was hysterical. She would, you know, normally she'd be sulking along and like, do I have to? I hate being here. I wish I was never born kind of thing. And then one day she'll wake up and she'll just go round and round in huge loops, going absolutely mental. And then look at you kind of going, what? I decided I would be active today. That was it. Show's over. She was funny, she was. I love my dogs. Mind you, at 7 kilos, that isn't a lot of dog, but as you say, it's amazing still how much fur they can have. It's also amazing how much noise they can make when they want to. I still think my dogs are poo TARDISes. My friend, when she takes her dogs out, you know, they kind of gently do this tiny little poo, and she kind of goes, thank you, puts it in a bag, and it's all over with. Yeah, Brown was a bit like that when there was an appropriately young male. But my dogs are poo TARDISes, so you go for a walk, and as I say, my friend's got like these proper dogs, and they do like these tiniest poos, right? And you could almost like put 20 poos in a dog poo bag, right? My dogs, which are not that much bigger than her dogs, I'm on like 12 poo bag number 12 per dog. And it's kind of like, oh, look, my dog's had yet another crap. How do you have that much crap, dog? How can you be that full of crap? It's like they borrowed some. You know, that they secretly have bags of it are secreted about their personage and are chucking it out just to watch me tidy it up. Because it's every time. And I don't know where it all comes from. I really don't. These two aren't quite so bad. But I think it's because... Yeah, and if you took away both, there'd be nothing left, which is kind of a bit weird, really. But yeah, I think you're right. Half fur, half poo. Because there's definitely not a lot of brains in there. Well, that's the strange bit. There is brains in there, but I don't know where they keep them, because most of the time it's not in use. It's like the emergency posh china for when Granny comes round or something. There's some in a cupboard, but it's never used. It's there somewhere, and we're not sure when it was last used or even if it's clean because it's been that long. But you know you've got some. Yeah, that could be it. That could very much be it. Maybe that's where ChatGPT comes from. But... it just... dogs are funny little things. I mean, she is a scatterbrain, and hence I call her a crack addict, because she really is, you know, twitchy and excitable, and she's a gobby little cow, as we know from earlier, and she's very sassy, and she's all kind of... No, it's not cute, but I do wonder if it's run on dog fur neural network. It would explain a few things. Maybe it's on rat. Maybe that's what's wrong with it. But she is actually quite intelligent. Because Rory is not quite so much. Rory was definitely lagging a little in the queue for brains. It's not that he doesn't have any, but I don't think he got the instruction pack. I think he got the pre-opened returned version, and so he's a little bit unsure quite how to use it all, and he actually normally doesn't even make sound either. So for example, when I accidentally locked him in a room because it was dark and it was nearly bedtime, and I spotted that the door was open, I looked inside, couldn't see anything, shut the door, and went and sat down for a couple of minutes, and Amy was being really annoying. And it was kind of like, what is wrong with you? And she was being really, really annoying. And it's like, actually, where's your brother? And she was still being really annoying, so I followed her. She took me to the door, I opened the door, I was like, what are you trying to show me? And there was Rory, sitting, looking, smiling at me, going, oh, thanks for coming. You could have barked, dog. If you'd made one woof, I'd have heard you, and I would have come and let you out ages ago. But no, you relied on your scatterbrain, you know, crack-induced sister, who could not sit still or express anything if her mind depended on it. But she did know that I would know how to fix it. She just didn't know how to tell me. So, you know, and she wasn't very old when she did that. So, you know, she's not stupid. She's just too scatterbrained and too busy being busy to actually do anything sensible. It is kind of funny because when you think of the Doctor's companions, Amy as a character is a little scatterbrained. She is kind of... she doesn't come over as overly intelligent. She's not stupid. She just doesn't come over as overly intelligent. You know, she hasn't really seemed to have held down a job. She doesn't, you know, she's just not quite, you know, up there in the intellect. Whereas Rory, in the Doctor's Companions, is a nurse. And obviously you have to do quite a lot of qualifications to do that. So, from that point of view, Rory is... Have I ever told you how much I love you? Because no, I did not. Well done. You saved me on that one. You saved me on that one. I normally do, but obviously I didn't this time, because I'm a prat. So let's work backwards and Do that one. But yeah, Rory in the Doctor's Companions is a nurse, and Rory is quite a little nurse because when I was ill, he would not leave my side. He kind of held my hand. Thank you. Well, you've also got fairly good eyes because you know what you're looking for, admittedly. But I would have spotted it later and hated myself. But probably I would have spotted it when I pulled the pins out and then got as I do. I think it's one of those things, and especially sometimes, you'll understand this, sometimes the twist seems to work better than not, even though it's the same amount of twist. So sometimes you end up twisting it twice because, well, somehow they're kind of better twisted twice and it still only looks like once, But now they are definitely twisted. Let's try this again. And so some of them you twist once and it's good, and sometimes you have to twist twice and then and only then it's good. And there is this kind of bit of you going, how can it be different? Logically, it cannot matter. Logically, this, it should be always, it should always be the same number and it should always turn out the same, and it shouldn't, but it's not. It's just so not. And so, yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why maybe we forget the twist is maybe we didn't forget the twist, but maybe it was twisted once the wrong way round. Or maybe we thought we twisted because, well, it looked twisted originally, but actually it wasn't. Because, of course, they're not that big a set of threads. I mean, these are not small, but they're not exactly big either. And sometimes, I mean, as you might have noticed, I sometimes struggle to tell which thread's on top. So in a situation like that, I have to kind of lift one up to see whether it's seemingly under or seemingly over, because sometimes I can't see, even though I should know because I did it and I know logically what it should be, but occasionally my brain goes, it's like I twisted it around the wrong way, but I also know I didn't, but I must have done, but I didn't. And I'm sure you understand all of these things. So it is just this kind of, sometimes it's just, it feels like, you obviously took a great hit on something and did a load of lace work, because you look at it and it's kind of like, how can that be true? How can I have got to this pickle? How did I get to this point and not notice that I did that or missed that, and yet at the same time, very easily seems to be the answer. Hence I have this magic set of instructions which tells me for my zigzags exactly how many I should have. I do that a bit too, which is why I like to do complete sections in a day, almost irrelevant of how annoying it is. So for example, like last night's stuff didn't upload till nearly 2 o'clock, which was a bit freaking late considering I had work today. And like tomorrow, I've got to be at work at 7. Well, I will have started work by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, kind of easing into the sleep time a bit. But that's okay, because I can have a nap before tomorrow's stream. So don't worry about that. But it is the frustration of, as you say, your brain lies to you. And it was something that is actually more noticeable in karate. Now, this is going to sound really weird. When you do certain stances in karate, one of the things they say to you is, like, for example, in sumo stance, so that's where you open your legs as wide as you can and you try and get your butt down to knee level. So you're almost in box splits with your your knees dangling down. And you do... That's not right. That's the wrong way around, arsehole. You do all of that, and you feel like you've dropped 4 feet in height. It's usually like 2 inches. And you only notice this when you record yourself, because your brain says to you that you are taking long steps. Your brain says to you, you are deep, deep in that stance. And your brain is lying. Because your eye level drops, it doesn't really notice how much it's dropped just because it's dropped and it's now a viewpoint it's not used to. It swears that was a lot. And it was like 2 inches. And you watch yourself on video and you're kind of going, I look like I'm more walking with a wet pair of pants rather than I'm doing really long stances like I thought. And it's kind of really disappointing because, you know, there you were, thought you were trying really, really hard and, you know, you had it all nailed and you look at it and you're kind of going... But it's surprising when you do something like that and then you record it and you look at it and you go, that looks like I'm doing nothing. That is weak, it's crap, and it's really disappointing. It's really humbling because you are convinced you have put all this effort in. I am only in one direction. I have, according to the chiropractor, a degenerative bit of bone in my lower spine. And this did not entirely come as a surprise. When I was a kid, I was a gymnast. And I probably can still do the splits to this day. It would hurt, but I could probably almost certainly get flat on the floor. Doing splits front to back, not side to side, right? Now, on top of that, I can still, even though I am distinctly more than twice my ideal weight, I can lean forward right here, right now, and put my wrist on my toes with my legs straight. Don't even have to think about it. I can't stand upright. I cannot lean backwards. If I lean backwards, you know, I might think I am, but it's not even upright yet. I cannot stand upright. So the whole kind of doing bridges and backwards walkovers and things. Hang on, let me allow the word finger. There you go. Well, you see, that, to be honest, if you're not 12, that's really not a bad thing, right? What did shock me when doing karate is, you know, I was 40 when I was doing karate. And I could touch my toes, as I say, and put my wrist on my toes. Really didn't think that much about it. I'm 52, so we're about the same age, right? Well, I'm 52 and a half, so there you go. Now, I was watching 8-year-old children, 10-year-old children who could barely even get their hands to their knees. And you're like, how do you sit? If you cannot bend, I mean, my arms almost reach my knees without me bending. So, what do you mean you can't reach your knees? Well, it's frightening, and so much of it is because kids in our day were outside running around, playing about, climbing trees, cycling places, doing stuff. We did not have PlayStations, phones, iPads, TVs to watch because, well, there was shit all on TV. We constantly were outside doing things. Kids today have grown up from like 1 month old with an iPad in front of them. All they can do is waggle their thumbs. And you'd watch them, and I'm not even talking fat kids, I'm talking skinny kids and all, so it's not like me where, okay, I can do it, but I can't breathe and do it, so I can't do it for long. I can still put my legs in a V shape and put my chest flat on the floor. Okay, my boobs flat on the floor, but I can still put my chest and to stomach on the floor. None of these kids could. And you're kind of going, you're children, you should be able to like tie yourselves in knots. Because when we were kids, pretty much we all could. We may never have tried, but nearly every child in our day could have put their hands and walked along the floor like a dinosaur, right? Because we probably all did at some point. We crawled, we climbed, we frankly, we skipped, we ran everywhere. We were full of beans. Kids today, oh, do I have to? I don't want to go outside. They don't go out. Well, they do. And then they stand on street corners for 3 hours. Or sit on a wall for 3 hours. And you're kind of going, wow, shit me, that's worth going out for. You sat on a brick wall, doing nothing for 3 hours. Well, exactly that. You know, we were all out in the garden. We were out, you know, we were all out doing something. And I spent most of mine doing handstands, funnily enough. But it was that kind of thing, is that we as children consistently were doing something. Kids today, the only consistent thing they're doing is watching TV and iPads and phones. And no offence, what does a kid who, I mean, like we were saying earlier, you were saying that, your parents, need to take responsibility and keep an eye on their children. Well, part of the reason we would never have needed a phone is because we weren't allowed out on our own. So it was only once we were a later teenager, and I'm not talking, 13, I'm talking kind of 15 plus, maybe you were allowed out on your own somewhere. If there had been mobile phones in our day, they might have considered you getting you the shittest one humanly possible. Yeah. But when you see 7-year-old children with the latest iPhone, I'm sorry, what does a child need a £1,000 iPhone for? Please explain that to me. Without naming them too carefully, someone I know's child did a photography course. And this was while they were still at school, so it's not like it was a degree or... So they bought them the latest iPhone. I'm sorry, I thought this was a photography course, not a phone course. It's not a digital SLR. You don't get to set all the settings on a phone. It's fixed shit. No. The only reason I got an iPad... Well, and that's it. I mean, my work phone's an iPhone because for some reason work have decided that only an iPhone is suitable. Whatevs, they're paying for it, so that's fine. I also have an iPhone. But part of the reason for that was that when I was looking to change, I originally had a BlackBerry, and BlackBerry was most easily converted to iPhone at the time I wanted to jump. So I did, and also the Nick Companion app was only available for iPad. So I originally kind of got an iPad, and because it could import all of my BlackBerry stuff, when it came to replacing the phone, I went with iPhone because, well, it just imported all of the stuff that I'd already got. So from that point of view, it was laziness rather than essential. I don't need an iPhone. Definitely not. But I also tend to buy one and then live with it for like 5 or 6 years. So, it's until it kind of, the battery lasts like 10 minutes. And then I kind of go, okay, maybe I need a new one. Well, and that's the thing, is that when I first had a phone and I had a BlackBerry, the only thing I was really interested about the BlackBerry was the fact that I could also get my email. People don't tend to ring me. Back then, I didn't really have people who sent me that many text messages, but I did have quite a few people who would email me. So being able to have an email with me was really quite useful, so I got me a BlackBerry. And while Android is a very apt and reasonable and good operating system for phones and the like, as I said, the main reason I ended up with Apple was because the BlackBerry shit transferred easier to... I did try it because I did have a little Android tablet, but it definitely... not everything transferred, it made a bit of a munge of it all, whereas the iPhone one worked perfectly. So I thought, well, when I need to get a phone then, I'll get an Apple phone because it will just suck in all the stuff. And so I've kept with iPhone, and I've had a couple now. But I've had iPhones for like 15 years, and I've had a couple. You do not need to upgrade every year, people. Only once your phone can not keep a decent charge do you really need, or you break it. I've never broken a phone. No, that's not quite true. I rendered one of my BlackBerries a brick, really lost my marbles. I was not in a good mental state at that point, and I was in a position where I had to phone someone by 10 o'clock every morning to prove that I was still alive. I was that bad, right? And my BlackBerry bricked itself in an update, and I was packing myself because I couldn't phone the person because obviously their number was in the camera, it was in the phone, and I had to kind of, I went up to my boss at the time and I kind of went, my phone's broken. And they took one look at me and went, off you go. They didn't need to, you know, it was very unusual, but they were like, yeah, I can see in your face that this is a really huge issue. You can get that sorted. And I did. And obviously the world moved on. But it was a hard time. It was definitely a hard time. But that's the only time I've ever had a phone fail on me. I've never had one actually break. Yeah. Well, that was the other thing. When you and I were children, we just remembered them all. There was none of this writing them down shit. You remembered them all. See, that doesn't look like I twisted it, and I know I did. I'll go back and fix that one. So do I! Because they're not valid phone numbers, well, not for me anymore anyway. I remember that the first phone number I remember being told to memorise as a child was 01895 0895 37993. Then they added a 1 to it, so it became 01895 37993. And then they added a 6 to it, so it became 01895 637 and that was my parents' phone number. And so I remembered that for years to come because, well, duh. And then we got a new phone number, which was 679219, and that was my dad's new phone number because we got some cranky phone calls, and he insisted that we change the number, so we did. And it was kind of, I remember someone else's phone number was 01895 673 and I know whose phone number that is, but they don't live there anymore either, so that's fine. And you sit there going, that last number I had never dialed until my... Well, have you seen how they teach children how to do maths these days? The, quote, new maths is the most outrageous shit you've ever seen. If someone said to you 78 times 3, you, like me, would probably do 75 times 3 and add a bit, right? No, you can't possibly be doing that. No, can't possibly. No. And you're kind of going, no, that's not what they do now. But they don't even do long multiplication of, we will do 8 times 3 is 24. They don't do any of that. No. And you're left sitting there going, well, so what the fuck do they do? Oh, they do like 70 times 5. Okay. And then they take this bit off, and then they add some more, and how the fuck is this better? How in the name of mercy is this better? Now, my ex-husband is shit with maths. He's happy to admit he can't even add a couple of numbers up, right? And clearly my co-worker is quite close behind him. And I'm sitting there going, no, that's not right, mate. No, that's not, that does not make that. No, that's not valid. No. But I also can't spell my name. So, there are times we all work out. My ex-husband is like a grammar Nazi. He is king of spelling and grammar. And whereas, as I say, I can't even spell my own name. So, and apparently he hates the emails I send him because even though I try really hard, I fail every time. But it is one of those moments that you find yourself sitting there going, everyone has a skill. Literally, everyone has a skill. The problem is you've got to find it. And you do not need to make simple things harder. Maths when you're little is hard enough. We all remember, reciting 1,000 times over. 1 times 2 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. We all did this for what seemed like an eternity, right? And you had got tests on it. What's 7 times 6? I'll fuck off. You did all of that, right? And we hated it. It was hard work, and we put, you know, blood, sweat and tears into it. But the new maths stuff, there is only one thing I have discovered about maths. That's because we spent 58 billion years going, 1 times 2 is 2. So anything up to something, you know, any of the, like, basically anything up to 12 times 12, we remember that shit. Beyond that, we start working it out. And one of the things that I have discovered as an adult about maths that I did not know, and I don't know if you know this one, is if you want to multiply numbers together, you draw them as lines on a piece of paper. So if you wanted to do like 254 times 163, you do 4 vertical lines. Oh, I said 456, right? So you do 4 vertical lines, 5 vertical lines, 6 vertical lines. I then said 163. So you do 1 line across, 6 lines across, 3 lines across. You then add up the number of intersections in each group. You will now have multiplied those two numbers together. That I thought was quite clever. Why the fuck didn't they teach that at school? Because that's clever and really practical and visual and succinct and can be done in quite a small area. As long as you've got a fine pencil or pen. That would have been useful. This new maths shit, however, can, well, bite my shiny metal butt. It is the most convoluted, strange, drug-filled randomness. Well, this is the other thing. This is what I was saying earlier about stuff we did at school. There's an awful lot of stuff we all did at school that we don't use. And there you were, sweating. There really are. One of the things I will say to you is there's no such thing as division, multiplication or subtraction. It's all addition. But it is kind of frustrating that there are sensible things we could be teaching people that would make their lives easier that we don't, and then we teach them half-assed bullshit things that they really don't need to know. Now, part of being at school is... Yeah, I kind of like that. But one of the things that, for example, school was supposed to be about finding out what you're good at. But of course, so many subjects aren't covered at school. There are so many nuances to things that are not even remotely covered at school, no matter what school you go to. And it is disappointing then when, you know, I knew I was good at crafting when I was a kid. But, well, I personally, and, you know, again, a bit of a radical thought, I personally feel that while it's not right either, some of what used to happen in, like, the medieval periods was a far better option. Now, it's a little extreme, so bear with me on this one. Kids used to kind of go to learn to read and write on Sundays at church. And then during the week would work with their parents, such as the blacksmith, the seamstress, the maid, the whatever, right? Chimney sweeps, whatever it was. So from that point of view, they were working and they were learning a practical skill. Now, obviously, you know, when we were all little, maybe we had aspirations of doing really random horse shit like wanting to be an astronaut. But if we took it to an extent, so you go through early school and you are taught to read, write, count, you know, tie your shoelaces and all that good stuff, right? And then you... Sorry, I just want to check I didn't take out a pin I needed. I think I just did, actually. Hang on, let's sort this out. I'm not entirely convinced. I feel... But if we taught kids to read, write, add up, i.e. the 3 R's kind of thing, and we are all aware of how wrongly that is, but, through reading, writing and arithmetic. So you teach them very basic skills. You then introduce a level of, if you are aware of something that you can go and do. So I'm talking, they go to standard school up to, say, the age of 10, right? And they learn a few pointless things, but mainly it is up to a reasonable level of reading, writing, and counting your fingers, right? You then start asking them what they're interested in. And you give them the opportunity to do work experience. And that work experience, it doesn't have to be forever, so it might be forever. You might pick, hit the jackpot day one, you turn up at, whatever, and you are in your element, and this is clearly going to be what you should do for life, right? But you go along and do shit jobs. You go along and you work in the hospital as, bedpan scrubber, and you go along and but you're earning money. Because kids today definitely want money. But if they were learning a skill so that when they left school they had experience, they also knew what to do as further study. Because, if you can change, your work experience up to every half term or every term. So every 6 weeks gives you half term, right? So you get to dabble a bit and go, no, I never want to work in anything biological. That stinks. I'm not doing that. Fine. So that's not a you thing. But you get to try, over the years, quite a lot of things. And you are paid for it. Now, we're not talking you are minted, but you are paid for it. Even if it's like £20 a month, you are paid for it. And obviously it goes up a bit more the more experience you have. So the sooner you find the thing you're good at, the better for you. You then get to the end of school with a number of years' experience. You have then trained in relatively practical training. So if you want to be a computer programmer, by the time you've left school, your main curriculum skills were computing. You didn't learn biology because you fucking hated that shit. There's no point you learning that shit. There's no point you learning music because you were tone deaf. There is no point learning art because you can't even do stickmen. There's no point to any of that crap. And learning for the sake of learning doesn't help. If you went and you learn how to learn, so obviously part of the skills you need to learn are how to pick up more skills with the skills you already know, how to kind of convert what you know into new knowledge by going, that's similar to this, but only a little bit different. Okay, that's a good basis for that particular bit. And I feel that more kids would be encouraged to actually do school because the subjects they're learning are not pointless. They're not just random horseshit. Learn, what some long, faraway lord decided about, the colour of his socks or something. And it's like, who in the name of mercy cares? I mean, I remember my first GCSE history lesson was about King Edward I, who died because they drilled holes in his head, right? Well, yeah, that's true. He did. Well, what the fuck am I going to do about it? Why do I care? He's been dead for many hundreds of years. What in the name of mercy is that going to do? It wasn't biology. It's not like I was learning why trephining is still used today and how we do it better. No. All we learned was that back then, all they really had was throw a bit of wine over it and hope for the best, And then he died either of shock or complications or infections. No one actually knows. So we didn't actually learn anything. We just know that he died after having holes drilled in his head. And? Oh, we had to write an essay on that. Really? About what? We don't know anything. All we know is he's dead. That this happened to him beforehand. We don't know a single thing. All we can do is hypothesise, and well, that's just bullshit now, isn't it, miss? And so, from that point of view, instead of learning horseshit like that, if we had got to learn actually useful stuff that was relevant to the job we were doing, and how to improve at the job we were doing, even if it included an element of management skills. Oh, isn't there just? But let's truly be honest. we all got taught history at school, but I mean, I don't need countries. I'm not going to be Mao Zedong. I'm also not going to be Emily Pankhurst. I am also not going to be building castles, so I don't really need to know why spiral staircases go in a anti-clockwise direction, because that means that the right-handed people who were the castle residents coming down had the advantage. And it's not that, but that's part of the reason they need to go to school to like 10 or 11 as a full-time task. There is an element of learning basic reading, writing and arithmetic, but with other things involved, right? So you have, 5-6 years of teaching children, because you can't just sit there and count your fingers and toes and read books read nothing of no value. You have to read something. So you can use it to learn things like some history, to understand, to do elementary, how to manage your money, how to wash your clothes, how to cook, boil an egg and make a sandwich, some very basic stuff. Beyond that, you tailor it more. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't an element of bullshittery. So you still have how to cook, you still have a number of lessons that you go to which are generically universal skills that are practical things like how to be hygienic, how to clean your house, how to balance a checkbook, because kids today haven't got the faintest idea of how to do balances. They get a credit card and think that someone's just given them money, right? Stupid things like that. How to find, how to make, where to get advice on things, all these kind of things. So practical living skills. Some general knowledge, because, that's always a good thing. And then specific to your interest skills. Specific to the job that you are really interested in, because by then, the further you get on, the more you're going to have it. And the tighter you can make that educational. So by the time they're university level kind of age, they have almost certainly honed in on a job that they want to do, that they now have an element of experience in and an element of knowledge in, and are really practical to go in and learn because they really want to do it. Whereas half the people who go to university these days seem to go to university and go, it's horrendously encouraged that you go to university whether you're right for it or not. But also, it's not like they really know what they want to do. They just, I got a really high grade in, maths, so I did a maths degree. What are you going to do with it? I don't know. I'm thinking of going into creative dance. Well, a maths degree is going to be real fucking use for that then, isn't it? It's that kind of thing. It's that, if you were to be more interested in, say, creative dance, are you interested in the actual dance, teaching dance, how to teach? Or just the right to get completely blotto for a few years because someone gives them money and they're no longer supervised by their parents. So they go out and get drunk and basically sober up once it's all over. It's I've seen far too many of them. It's, let's face it, sober students, that's not a common thing. I did know some, don't get me wrong. I knew one guy who properly treated it like a job. He got up at 8 o'clock in the morning, he started work on his degree, he finished at 5 o'clock every night. The rest of the time was his. He got a first in his degree because every single day he did 9 odd hours of degree-based study, but then the evening was his, whereas everyone else got up at like 11 o'clock in the morning, kind of had missed the lecture, then went out on the piss for 5 hours and didn't get any work done. He got all of his work done during the week, so the weekend and the evenings were his. I knew another guy who worked a job in the evening and did most of his work at the weekend. They did it sensibly. They did not, get blotto every night. In fact, I don't remember either of them getting blotto. But I knew a few people like that took a much more conservative manner of being at education. But far too many arrived on day one with kind of like, a couple of grand in their pocket as the future rent, and went out and drank it all night one and ran into debt for the rest of the year. And you're kind of going, probably not the best way of doing that. But never mind. You've had alcohol poisoning. What a shock! Would never have guessed. It was horrific. And I just think that. I mean, over here we've got. We have Mr. Dyson over here, and he runs a university that is run very similarly to how I'm saying potentially for schools to do it, in the sense of while they're working for a degree, they also work at Dyson. And, well, they did at one point. I don't know whether they still do it, but I'm assuming they still do it because it was a good idea after all. But it means that while they're working, doing their degree, they do like degree work 3 days a week and work 2 days a week. So they have a level of income. It's piss all of nothing, but they have a level of income. They then have experience of work. Admittedly, not quite the same as, full-time work, but they are in a work environment doing work kind of things. They get much more of a understanding of what it's like actually being at work, because these days it seems to be a hell of a shock for people. I can't remember what I saw. Obviously there's lots of memes about it, but it was a genuine thing of this girl who was complaining because doing 8 hours a day, 5 days a week was just too much to expect of her. Well, why? Surely you were doing similar to hours to that when you were at school. I mean, okay, now it's 8 till 5:30. Sorry, it's 8 till 4, it's 9 to 5:30 now, and school was usually 9 to 4. Well, it's only an hour and a bit longer, but you're also older, so what do you mean you can't cope with that? Oh, I can't possibly do the same thing every day. Why not? Everyone has done since the dawn of time almost. Get over yourself. But again, if they were doing that as a part-time thing and getting used to that routine, but still having the break while they were younger and, expecting them to spend 40 hours a week doing literally the same shit, they would be in a position to be far more employable. They would have money to spend of their own that they'd earned as children. And as I say, it's not like they'd be rich, because they clearly wouldn't. But it just strikes me as a way to help children be interested in education and to find what they're good at. Because there are an awful lot of subjects. I mean, if I'd known that obviously I've come to crochet, spinning, weaving, lace making really as an adult. If I could have found those as a child, where would I be today? Well, if I could have been doing that for like the last 40-something years, I'd be a frigging master at it all now, wouldn't I? Think of the glorious things that I would have made. That net curtain would have been done in like 10 minutes, and it would have been done in one piece, and having 60,000 bobbins wouldn't even have fazed me, because I'll have been doing it for 40 years. Whereas, even like nearly 100 bobbins creeps me out. It is that difference, and I would love to see children feeling more. Because I think one of the strangest things is I was one of those children. I didn't want to be at school. I hated school. I was bullied a lot at school. I hated being there. I didn't like anyone there. They didn't like me. It wasn't like they liked me and I hated them, or they hated me and I loved them all. No, I hated being at school as much as they hated me being there. My teachers didn't like me because I was different, and being autistic was not really a diagnosed thing back then. So, well, you're on your own with that one, love. They didn't notice I was dyslexic, despite all the capital letters and weird spellings, and that it was just somehow not a thing. And so I really suffered at school because, despite being intelligent, I was treated like I was stupid. I literally was in the cat sat on the mat English class. And I'm sorry, but I'm not the cat sat on the mat. I have never forgotten this. When GCSEs were announced, which I was the first year of, which is your age 16 exams, and your first official kind of declare it on your CV level of exams, right? They came round and they explained what some of the grades might mean, because the grades were not fixed. So it wasn't like if you got 98%, you got an A. It was the top 3%, or I think it was actually the top 1% of the country will get an A. The next 3% will get a B. The next percent, 5% or whatever, will get a C. And so, but they gave some examples, and I have never forgotten the example that stuck in my head for English. Now, as I've said, I tend to speak in words that I can spell, so I can come over as less intelligent than I am, because I can't spell the bigger words, so I don't bother. But I remember they read a story about a guy who obviously had jettisoned from his aircraft. And the final line read, "I died when the chair what I was strapped in hit the ground." I don't speak like that. I don't write like that. I then got a D. I was outraged because all I could hear in my head was that phrase. And that's not how I write or speak. And I'd put so much effort into it, and yet I got a D. I was upset as hell because it wasn't fair. I then took English again and got a C, so, all is cool. But that first exam, I got a D, and I did not write like that. And you're sitting there going, that's not fair. And of course, part of the problem was, let's say I had an outstanding day, but so did everybody else. I could end up with an F because everyone else had an even more outstanding day than I did. It's not because I was shit. It's because everyone else was less shit than me, even though none of us were shit. And I remember explaining this to an American friend of mine who was explaining that their degree grades were done and all of their work was being graded on a percentile basis. And I said, so if all of you refuse to do the work, they have to give you all A's because everyone got the top mark, even if the top mark was 0. And he went, yeah, I suppose they do. What do you mean you didn't notice that? You're a degree student. And that's the problem. You can be above them and it's actually worse than being below them. Because then you're bored, then you're the disruption, then you are the annoying child because you've got questions, you understood it, you want to ask for next week's work, you're asking about next year's level of shit. I got told off from my... And that's where I often was. I was bored because they would, they'd read something out my brain and go, yeah, I get that. Yeah, my problem is they would take some random shit I've never heard of and go, right, when you do this, you do that, okay? And everyone else go, I don't understand. And 6 weeks later, we were still doing the, how to solve a quadratic equation. And my brain's going, but I got this within the first 10 minutes. Can't we move on? But because I couldn't spell my own name right, I must be stupid. So I couldn't be in the top group for anything. And just because I understood, but I couldn't articulate it on a piece of paper. And so I was always treated, and literally I was in the cat sit on the mat class for English. And we did have one year, we had a lovely guy called Mr. Mills, and he was a freaking hero. Mr. Mills used to play a game. It was the yes-no question game. I generically read very slowly. Well, my problem is because I am dyslexic, I can make up my own jokes. And so I have to be careful that the words I read are the ones that are there. As an example, I found one particular beginning of a chapter in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy the most excruciatingly funny thing I'd ever written. And people couldn't understand why, because when they looked at it, they didn't see the joke. So, Zaphod Beeblebrox is an exotic guy. That's not what I read, guys. It's not what I read at all. I read it as erotic, because, well, not that I was particularly that way inclined, but it started with E and it ended in ick. I mean, it was close, right? And so, of course, I found that was really funny, that they'd written that in a book. I mean, that seems really funny to write in a book. So there was me laughing my bits off. No, it was book first, radio program second. It was books first, radio program second, but as someone beautifully pointed out, the books came first, the radio version was different, the film, well, other than being a bit shit, was different. Then they did another then they did like a they did So they did a radio show, a TV show, a film, and then I think they did another radio show. And they said each time it's different, but there's a simple reason for that. You go through parallel universes every time you use the Heart of Gold engine. You're in a parallel universe. Because you go through infinite levels. And if you think about it, it really does fit. Still doesn't explain why the film was quite so shit, but, you know, okay, whatever. My favourite character, Slightly Barfast. Sorry, just because of his name. And not really because of who or what he is, but I just love the name Slightly Barfast, to the point that I had a little monster truck remote car at one point. He was called Slightly Barfast for that very reason. But we, you know, I would love to see... I didn't read very fast, but there was one time that I did. Now, I have read a couple of things fast. Harry Potter. But we were made to read Animal Farm. Now, I think I'd already read it, but when I had to read it for school, you know, hey, we'll read chapter 1 in class today, children. And it's like, yeah, but I read that, sir. Okay, we'll read the next. No, I read that too, sir, because I'd already read it. And anyway, so we was having to sit there, and I had a huge row with the teacher. She asked, how many times was the windmill destroyed? Twice, miss. No, it wasn't. Fucking was. No, it wasn't. It's only destroyed once. Okay, so on page, it says here that the storm destroyed the windmill. And here it says that the animals destroyed... They destroyed it twice, miss. See me later. Oops. Oh no, we did 1984 Animal Farm. And bear in mind, I was in the Cat Sat on the Mat class as well for this. So it... But, and this was the problem, we either literally kind of sat there kind of, you know, pointing at A for apple almost, and then, hey, read 1984. Miss, you've just established that we've kind of got onto 3-letter words. What do you mean, read 1984? It's got 4 for starters. It's got a 1, a 9, and a 8, and a 4 in it. But it was kind of weird, and so, It was an interesting time, but my schooling, I constantly got told off because I was either talking, now not usually to someone, I was talking to myself because I was bored out of my mind. And so I get told off for talking, not paying attention, and even though I already knew all the answers, but because I couldn't articulate them on paper later, I obviously hadn't been paying attention. Even though if you'd asked me the question, I knew the answer, I just couldn't write it well enough to express that to someone who is not in front of me. So I suffered at school, and as a result, I hated being at school. I didn't fit in with any of the kids. All the other kids were like trendy and, you know, cool, and I just frigging wasn't. And because my parents are a little bit weird, I really wasn't. I had 0 friends, and so I hated being there. And so I never did higher education for that reason of, well, why would I agree to go and do more of it? Why would I go to university when, you know, yes, I it's not that I'm not interested in education. It's not that I'm not interested in learning things. I constantly learn things. Hello, making lace. I've retaught myself as an adult. I know a number of computer languages. I've taught myself all of them. I can make games. I taught myself that too. I taught web design. I've taught myself... I taught myself to crochet, I've taught myself to weave, I've taught myself to cross stitch, I've taught myself all of these things. And I wanted to. I love learning things. Especially crafty things. But I love learning things. Yes, and I think that's the big thing that I see is the number of children or even younger adults who get terrible teachers who are clearly only in it for the money, and not that the money's good, but they're only there because they get paid for it. They are not there because they want to teach. They are there because they can kind of teach, or they are the only teacher the school could get. And that they are, you know, it's almost like someone rather famously said, if you want to be a politician, you are the one person who shouldn't be. And it's very much almost true with a lot of the teachers that I see, is that just because you applied, yeah, just because you got the job doesn't mean you should have it. And I certainly had a couple of teachers. We had one called Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins was an arse. He was our statistics teacher, and he would be explaining how something worked, and he literally would be mid-talking. He would walk out the door. We were not allowed to follow him. He would continue the conversation he was having out the door. We can't hear him. He would return like 10 minutes later and kind of go, right, so you understand? And we'd be looking at him going, no, because you left like 10 minutes ago and we have no idea what you just been talking about. And it didn't make any sense. And he'd go, oh, well, you just need to get on with it. It will make sense when you do it. And of course, it never did. He would write like long, complicated, stupid equations on the board and go, well, you can assume this is 0 and this is 0 and this is 1 and this is this and that equals this, and cross out like 90% of it and then go, so that boils down to this plus this equals y, blah, blah, blah. Therefore, this is 0, that is 3 and that is 2. And you go, okay, that adds up. I mean, it kind of adds up. I'll live with that. So he'd then write, yet another long equation and go, right, solve it. And you go, right, well, that looks like that, so surely that's 0. Why have you assumed that's 0? Well, because you did that. Yeah, but this is not the same. Well, how the fuck would I know this? Because you've not explained anything. Not psychic. And it was very frustrating. And he also used to jiggle his balls in his pocket, which was also a little bit distracting. And so we kind of... He was possibly one of the worst teachers I had. But then I hated statistics, so that really wasn't a bad thing, because, well, I hated statistics. Maybe I hated it because of him, but yeah, there's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. So, he definitely lived up to that. Some of my other teachers, Mrs. Hall, the home economics teacher, i.e. cooking, she permanently had a globule of spit on her lower lip, and when she kind of came near your food, you were kind of like, you don't need to look, miss. It's okay. I'm okay, thanks. Because you thought it was going to land in your food. She was unpleasant. Most of my teachers weren't bad teachers, but we had very few really good teachers. We did have a couple. We had some who were mediocre, but or at least would admit that they were mediocre. So the guy who taught information technology GCSE openly admitted he didn't know anything about computing, so left it to me to do. I was cool with that. We all passed, by the way, just to make sure that was understood. We all passed. But it was kind of weird because, yeah, it was. We had some weird teachers. Inevitably, there's always a weird one, right? Well, as long as they're at least average, you've got an average chance of success, right? I mean, obviously, if you are really struggling in a subject, you do need, for you to convert that to a better subject, you need a good teacher. But we all know that a bad teacher can make your best subject shit. And that really is when it's sad, is that when you watch someone who is really gifted in an area and the teacher kills their interest and their enthusiasm and their ability because they just don't want to know. And that is really sad. And, with all of the governing that they do for schools, it's really sad that those people get to stay. I mean, one of my friends works in a school, and she was telling me about a lady who works in the school as an English teacher who has a degree in English. Her English and written word is worse than mine. Bear in mind, I scraped my English GCSE and I am dyslexic. An English teacher with worse written word than me has no place teaching. I have no place teaching. I don't pretend that I'm good at English, and I've said it a few times. I'm crap at writing English, and I've done it for 52 years. When you're crapper than me, you have no place in a classroom teaching that. And I think that's certainly something that needs to be eradicated. In that, just because you went to teacher training school, you got your qualification in, you can teach something, doesn't make you a great teacher in everything. And you need to find the thing that you're passionate about, that you want other people to be passionate about, and that is the subject you need to teach. If you haven't got one, don't bother. Leave. Well, and you know, some languages are easier than others. Let's truly be honest. You know, if you think of if you think of kind of like they always joke that Eskimos have got 42 words for snow, that's a level of complication I don't need in my life. But at the same time, if you should not be a teacher if you cannot articulate your subject to someone else. And that is all it fundamentally needs to be. You do not have to be the greatest and most wonderful. You just have to be really interested in it and to be able to encourage the interest in others who share it. Now, you cannot force someone to be interested in a subject they hate. And so, yes, someone might come along to find out if they like your subject, take like one look at it and go, oh hell no, not interested. So don't make them. Let them go and do something that they would be better at. Because my ex-husband had the same problem. He was not allowed to do computing because he was shit at maths. Well, to be honest, computing isn't about maths. Yes, it is, arguably, but it's also not. Because the computer does the maths for you. You do not need to be able to do complicated maths. Because you don't. Well, it's 20 past... Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's 20 past 11 and I've got a 4-hour stream. I probably won't be loading this tonight because, well, I dread to think how long that will take. But I will be back tomorrow, probably during the day, so a little bit earlier. If it's midnight for you, I will be back about 3 p.m. your time. I start at 2 my time. So... yeah, so I'll be back 3 p.m. your time, and 2 p.m. my time, so, because, well, that's the plan, and I will be on for as long as I'm able, but then I'll probably get hungry and all of those kind of things, so, but I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Take a picture, because that's what we do, even though we didn't do that much today. Never mind, we made lots of mistakes today, so, but yes, I shall see you tomorrow. It is late, because, as I say, I've got to upload this now, and if it's... Well, take care, have a good time, sleep well, bye. And for everybody else, I'm also running away, so good night.